Welcome to today's continuation of Act 3 of Hollow Knight Silksong. This is our third sitting with Act 3, and I believe it's going to be video segment number 23 of our adventure that's taken over a month at this point. We're still very deep into the experience, and the last session was mostly spent filling in the Hunter's Journal by hunting down a few clues for various bosses that were out of the way. And Moo continues to give us hints for more that we should be looking for. The latest one being near the edge of those lands swept by wind and sand. Nu has seen it, a single bug watching, waiting. Too scared was Nu to crawl close for fear it would wake, and its big blade might mark this perfect shell. For the journal's sake, you should seek the bug up on edge through a tall tunnel hidden by crust. So we pursued this clue last time and thought that it pointed to where the pinstress was residing formerly, forgetting the part of the clue that talked about a tall tunnel hidden by crust. And that led us to the pinstress jewel that was all the way up in Mount Fay. And then I came back and realized that that's not, in fact, what this clue was referring to, and that we will therefore be going back to the Blasted Lands to check in on what's going on with that. A hard find, that one, but Nu is not worried. She knows your adult cunning will see you there quick, so. In terms of main quest, we still haven't really pursued the caretaker and friends down to the Moss Grotto just yet. It was the first major main quest objective coming into Act 3, but we'll get to that eventually since we've got so much more business to take care of in the meantime. So I've had basically two candidates for what this could be referring to. It could be the area above the exit to Farloom that Hornet is not actually going to exit. It could be the area above where we found the pinstress last time, going up into the initial ascent into the Sands of Karak, where perhaps there's a further vertical column that goes up beneath the Coral Tower. Since there's a little bit of open space to climb into there on that side of the map, so we'll be checking those locations and we'll be trying to pick a fight in some fashion. In terms of our current configuration, I think we'll just keep what we have. We're very low on shell shards since we needlessly wasted so many of them on messing around with plasmium in the last stream, not knowing just how many resources that would consume. Also, at any point, I should remember I'm able to just pull myself back to the lobbies. Maybe not on a platform like this, we need to be on ground. There we go. So we'll pursue that clue that was left dangling for us and see where it goes. So we'll check the Farloom exit side first. I had traversed there in Act 3 before, but we didn't go up into the area above it. I don't exactly remember why that seemed to be a dead end on the map, because I don't honestly remember what was there when we last visited, probably several weeks ago. So let's get out of Shellwood and into the Blasted Lands first, and then we'll see what happens to us there. Okay, so at this point, don't tell me I forgot to put a compass back on. I did, didn't I? I totally forgot to put a compass back on because we were previously taking it off for the fight. That's okay, we'll just continue traversing for the time being. I mean, there's another bench that's very soon if we need it. We're just going straight left anyway. Might as well take the walk lane. I have to remember later that I forgot to put on the compass though, in case we get a little deeper into exploration. We know roughly where we're going over here, so this is the exit to Farloom, and we want to go above in this area. Now, how did it go there previously? I think we needed to go... Yeah, like that. Ah, I see. So, yeah, there was the left side area here. And then I do remember going up there previously, so... Hence why we have the room above that, so let's just platform up there. What I don't remember is why we didn't progress further in that location. Oh, nope. The gravel hadn't come back yet at that point. Let's wait for enough silk. Two spools of silk here, so we have 2 grapples potentially. Anyway. Take that out. It's fine. And then from here, we grapple left. So yeah, we had been there. I don't remember what was in this area. Also, I should take advantage of the fact that we do have wall killing instead of the compass. Maybe we just hadn't previously traversed all the way up, depending on what my powers were at the time. I feel like we would have been equipped to do this, though, by the time we explored this area and later the sands of Crack. So, yeah, we had been up here. But for some reason, it didn't go any further. Oh. Looks like an opening that we never perhaps went to. Hang on. Maybe I had wrapped up there and I just don't remember what we did with that information. Okay, we have the wall cling. Let's use it. We had been up here, but then... Is there something else? Now, it is some kind of column hidden by crust, we said. Some kind of tall tunnel hidden by crust. So it might not be here. It might be on the sands of Carrick side instead, because that's where all of the coral crust actually is. Because we had been here previously. I think it was something like a spool fragment or something. Possibly a mask shard that was in this location. I don't actually remember. It was one of those two. Well, if not here, let's actually just port back. And remember to reconfigure it a bit so we have the compass. Bench was which way? Left. We might actually go to a different station for this, but let's do this. We're keeping these two, so we'll take the wall climb back off for the time being. Yeah, I'm thinking it's actually the column that's above the Pinstress hut. Since we stopped at the hut last time and then diverted elsewhere. It makes a certain amount of sense. Now, we're still on our boss fight configuration here with the Druid's Eye earlier. Maybe we can change that to something slightly more productive. We're doing a good bit of platforming. Oh, also, we haven't really played with the pin badge since we earned that last time. Because that's supposed to give us the fast charge now. Which might be fun to play with, since we haven't really given it a go just yet. In that case, let's see. It may be that we want to take the blasted steps forward instead and then drop down. That might be a more efficient way to do it. Yeah, I'm thinking the left side of the Sands of Carrick there, in that connecting passage to the blasted steps, does look awfully suspicious. If maybe there's an additional ascent up that column that we'd never poked into. So Might be faster to go that way. Well, regardless, we're going to take the Pinster's bench, so it really doesn't matter. We'll just traverse from here, I think. Take the upward passage. And actually totally overshot, but then that's because it's tricky to move up this column. I guess we'll have to go around anyway, so. Gradually reconstruct what we did here. I remember doing this area quite a bit in one of the career runs that we did. More than that specifically, I can't recall, but let's go up this way. I mean, it could also just as easily be this area, like to the top left, if we are in the middle of all this wind. Here's something here. There's Garmon and Zaza. What are they doing here? Second time we found them in Act 3. Oh, sister, what a total exhaustion is this endless combat. Certainly when peace finally comes, we will be in the right mind to appreciate it.
That's fine.
You place too much burden upon yourself, sir. Though I share your ambition to free this land from his curse, I counsel you to rest, even if only for a short while. Thus, rest, while you, my dear sister, fight on so gallantly. Ah, we cannot. What would our old village think of us were we to quit our charge? No, regardless of what you may believe, there's strength enough still in these old shells. I feel like they're not going to make it by the end of all this, but that would be quite unfortunate, just given what incredible characters these two are. Absolutely our favorites in the game. Well, before we get sprayed by Void everywhere, let's spend entirely too much ammunition on that one. Now, was there a reason to be up this top corner? Because I actually don't remember how we would have been here. Yeah, I don't see a column up here that we can get up, but yeah, but it's through crust. I feel like it is going to be in that upper area past Pinstress, so we should go back there. Make our way across with our full suite of traversal powers that we didn't used to have. Not dealing with those. Okay, so we're getting closer and perhaps crustier. Oh. Gonna bounce off of that one. That's a little bit familiar, given our previous experience with some of the runs we had to do just to get around all this. Hang on. Let's just get around. And try to make it to the Pinstress bench. Seems to be the best idea at the moment. We do see plenty of crust around here, so could be that we're getting close. Does match the description, that would be going to the area that climbs up to the Sands of Karak. Oops, a little too far there. Windy day, but anyway. Yeah, Pinstress we've already accounted for, so nobody here, but there is the area to the left. Whoops, that's a grapple point. Let's wait for Silk to refresh every time we do that. Just to make sure we have what we need. Oop, missed it. There we are. Or did I go too far? Maybe this was to the right here. I don't actually have my map out. Let's see here. Yeah, it's actually up above this section here. That's right. So we need to go up some uncrusted tunnel close to this side. So previously we just took this path as a continuation over to the rest of the Sands of Karak. That's how we discovered it initially, I believe. But it looks like there might be some hidden exit here that we should also be looking for. We're still blasted by wind here, so that kind of matches the description. We had been up there. Coral sways, clear water flows, upon a river free of time. So we had been here. Then what would the secret passage be? It might be close to this area. Oh, whoops, accidentally broke it. Oh, well. But it grows back. Great. We can read it again. So we're looking for some kind of column that is gated by crust. It probably is through one of these complicated passages that we need to bounce our way through. So we should check everything here. We had been to the Volt Nest previously. I think we just need to check everything along the edge of the sands. Potentially. In case such a column presents itself. I don't know what we could have missed. Maybe this side here, actually. Oh, you can't actually zip through that. It could be in that area. I don't remember if we did anything there previously. We must have. All too suspicious for it to be something we missed. Oops. I just wall jump off that. Yeah, there must have been something out there. We've been through all this previously, but this is too far. Oh, whoops. Didn't realize that was a temporary one. Yeah, I feel like there is something on the left side here. Let's go. We had done this previously, I'm pretty sure. So what is possibly missing? We have been here. Is there a passage that we didn't ascend through? Something hidden like up here? Or up on this side? Oh, this is an opening. That looks like an opening. Up through here. I see a little bit of light there. It totally looks like something. Unless my eyes are just fooling me. Hang on. Let's figure this out. See if we can make it up. I feel like we actually needed to bounce on top of the enemy here. Unfortunately. Possibility seems to have been foreclosed. No, maybe it's nothing, but we should poke around. Totally looks like something. Like, it would make sense. This is a bit of an opening on the map. Not quite covered by crust, I guess, but... yeah, maybe that's nothing. It looks like it might be something we can poke, but... the light just appears just far enough that it resembles so many of those hidden ceiling entrances that we've seen before. Maybe not. We should check further in this area, though. I feel like this is getting closer. It kind of makes sense that there's some complicated passageway. Oh, you see that top right there, for instance. Have we been there before? All the way up top? Yeah, we have, because that's where the passage that goes up in the first place. Up here. So it's not going to be on that end. I feel like we have to check everything in this zone. Like that? Maybe? No. Okay, taking far too many hits here. We might need to beat a retreat and then head over to the blasted steps terminus to see if maybe we can explore from that end and uncover anything there instead. I do think that makes a certain amount of sense for the sense of Karak too. What's here? We're standing too far away from actual ground. Let's try here. Yeah, because there needs to be some kind of connecting passage for the beastlings to actually tunnel us back. Okay, let's take this up to Blast Steps first, and we'll take the bench over there. A bench on the right. Does make a certain amount of sense to maybe switch back to wall climb for some of this if we're looking around ceilings the way we are. Also, yeah, it's apparently at one of the wind-blasted areas. I don't even remember what that whole area was to the left. I think that was one of the bosses. I think we had checked that last time, in fact, because we were roaming around here when looking for the Pinstress clue. But anyway, we are looking for some kind of vertical tunnel concealed by crust. This was where we were on that last series of attempts. We are meant to look for something well hidden here. Oh, managed to dig. This is our most recent bit of ground. We should keep looking at some of the other rooms, actually. Really seeing. Oops. Where the progression will go here. Oop. Makes a certain amount of sense to port back once it's safe. Instead of dropping in here. Whoops. Now we need to do this whole sequence, since we didn't really have safe ground to return to the beastlings just yet. At this point, let's just return to the beastlings, I think. Unless we have a closer bench. No, we really don't. Not enough ground? Maybe not. There we go. Just need to leave them a little bit of space. Okay, so let's try this again. Also, maybe it was close to Grindel's area. We didn't really check any of this properly. Or if we thank him for that marvelous pair of dice. Now, it has to be somewhere wind blasted and then a vertical column through crust. There are only a few rooms in this section that really fit that description. Has to be somewhere with sufficient space for some lone watcher bug. So instead of messing around down low in that left side room, let's go up here. This was what previously? Look at this. This is a wall that can be climbed. That's itself potentially suspicious. Look for anything that can be broken here. I don't remember what we collected here before, if anything, but this wall jump looks interesting. And it implies that we can go further. Nothing that I can poke here, though. Yeah, this is such a big game. I don't remember what a lot of these rooms are all about when we come here before. We're not exactly at the kingdom's edge, though, so maybe near this end. Don't remember if there was anything we were missing. We had explored all this previously. I just don't remember if there was anything we'd missed somewhere inside. Because we have blasted a lot of this out. But how exhaustively rather we had done it, I don't quite recall. Whether there was a vertical column hidden somewhere in this area. So, we've been here. Can any of this be poked? Yeah, this was where we got the crust ingredient for the Gourmand quest. That was accounted for. But was there something else we missed? Oops. If not in this area, maybe we should check the vicinity of the tower. Like back to the Coral Tower. Because going back to the tower and looking for something from there is not something we had really considered. Having not been back there since we... Oh yeah, well, actually we had been back there. We had used a bench there on our way to the Vault Nest. So I wonder what the clue could possibly be referring to then. It could be that we missed something down at the Blasted Steps. Some other passage that we had not previously seen. Because quite a lot there could match this description. See, all of these kind of look suspicious. You know, I think that maybe we did miss something. That whole winding sequence through the lengthy ascent into the Sands of Carrick that we had checked. But yeah, this was definitely just the crust ingredient zone. We can go back to check the tower, but I think I had looked over it when we... Yeah, this was just a Vault Nest area up above here. I mean, a lot of but the coral tower does kind of match that description of the lone watcher. It's just that I don't know if there's anything further through here. Like up. So, top right, look at this. Is there something all the way up? What would have been the rationale for this section? Was that just something I poked? I actually don't remember what was up there, if anything. There isn't really any crust as such, is there? Yeah, I don't see anything to do up there. I think we might have just picked off some other miscellaneous item on the top right previously. Yeah, we had clearly been there. I just don't remember what we did here. Well, we can hit this bench if we want, but water's source and coral's heart. Our Lord born last to rule. Yeah, I mean that's just describing this area. Look at this. Is this something? Since there's something pouring down from above. It's not really protected by crust though. Yeah, because we've been here, I don't know if there was a way to activate a fight or anything. I'm pretty sure that we had noticed a silken. We remembered what this was about when we visited. Alone against a pale light. Like we'd found a bench, but then is there an encrusted column past this? Not that I can see. I think we're a little bit off what the clue was telling us at this point anyway, but it does look suspicious that you can see everything pouring down from above here. Again, I strongly suspect that at some point we'll have some additional ability to gain more height. Because a few things in this game seem gated off by that. But yeah, I'm really not seeing how to proceed in the context of this section. So somewhere that is encrusted but close to the windstruck area. It really does match the description of coming up the left side of from the blasted steps, but we just didn't really see a way to traverse that. We should go back and rethink from the blasted steps end to see if another solution presents itself. I mean, we can check this left side area again in case there was some vertical ascent that we missed. I don't think there was, but I don't really remember what else we had inspected in this section. There's quite a lot going on over here. Oh. I don't really see anything encrusted that we can tap. Yeah, if it's Tower Behind Crest, I really feel like that has to be Sands of Karak. We just didn't find what it could be. Maybe it was something that I had already broken, some kind of crest gate that I had already smashed up before. Like in the initial ascent on the left. Because if it's near the Kingdom's Edge, and if it's somewhere windy, that makes all kinds of sense. So maybe we should drop in that area again and just do another pass. Otherwise we may have to leave this objective for now and try pursuing something else, because we might need some additional insight on this. Unfortunately, if we don't get through this one, we won't be getting other clues from new when it comes to what else we can hunt. There's this whole vertical column up here. I mean, let's go over to this side, see if this is very windblown. It's say near the Kingdom's Edge, but how close to the edge are we talking about? Have we done much of this section previously? I don't know, maybe something optional when it comes to getting up top that we might have missed out on previously, but we can traverse all that. Whoops. And maybe go up to the top left corner or something. I mean, I guess this is still a bit of a wind blasted section, it's just not obviously so. I feel like we had explored a lot of this area exhaustively before. Yeah, because you see all those columns up there that we could potentially land on. I feel like we can land on the enemy there. It really gains some height, but there we go. Okay. I feel like we had done this section to the left previously, though, and gone up that side. Oh, maybe we hadn't. I remember that maybe we had seen this before, and I thought, okay, maybe we don't have the ability to go up here for some reason. No, we must have checked it. We must have checked this. There's no way we missed this before. So then how come we can't continue here? We must have collected whatever this was. And I just do not remember. Yeah, as I've been saying, in some sense, it's actually more important in this game to be marking the map for things you have done already, rather than things you want to go back to. Just so you can keep track of some of that. However, it could be something else on the ceiling up here. Like on the top right over there. No, that's too obvious. We would be in here for sure. And this is just the exit, so that can't be it. We're a bit far off from anything that can be reasonably considered the Kingdom's Edge. This was the bit, I think, where we actually had to spawn some things on the way up. Whoops, no, that didn't give you enough height. Nope, missing quite a bit. We're close to the bench, though, at least. But we're pretty far at this point from anything that can be considered the zone edge. Oh, let's not die to this stuff before we've had a chance to heal up at the bench. I mean, this is kind of an edge of sorts, but I doubt it's anything like that. So, we had been up here previously. It would be easier to just climb up in the Vault Nest area and drop here as well, I think, but... Let's see, I mean, we just seem further and further off from whatever actually matches the description. If it's actually on the kingdom's edge, we're a little bit far into the interior. Might have to look at that clue again, but I think we might also just have to bail on it for time being. Or do this column the long way. Or just go back down this side. Let's see if anything presents itself when we come over here. Oh, nope, just short. Just short of making that. Let's not mess around so much. You know what? Better to just port back. So yeah, no headway on this yet, unfortunately. Haven't really found anything resembling what we've been looking for. Because we've checked pretty much all of those ceiling locations all along the top of the connecting rooms in the sands. I mean, could theoretically be up through that column, and we didn't really check that. There was that one seemingly suspicious location we saw at the edge of the sands earlier that I couldn't seem to ascend through. And we've seen a few locations like that where it looks like I'm just short of any height to really properly check whether that is a ceiling. Like how we know there's that open passage up above Fleetopia that we haven't been able to ascend to yet. So maybe it is that we lack some movement ability. I don't know yet, though. It doesn't seem like we're likely to expand our movement skills much at this point, except for some suspiciously out of reach vertical entries like getting back into the Cogware Core or in the Fleetopia section that I mentioned. So yeah, it doesn't really seem to make sense. I mean, we had checked all of this stuff through some kind of vertical cave. We should maybe look at that clue again and see if there's anything resembling it that we didn't think about. But, you know, through some kind of vertical ascent that is hidden by crust, though. As I was saying, possibly we're not seeing crust because maybe it was through some section of crust we had already broken before. But then if so, we would see some kind of opening, which is why that little glowing location that we saw at the top left corner of the Sands of Karak descent earlier looked promising. I think I wanted to bounce on top of an enemy to get in there. Maybe we should try that one more time just to see if there was in fact anything to look at. Oops, too low. Yeah, because in this area here, we go down and have all kinds of difficulty getting back up if we wish to do so. We go back to that corner where there's potentially an enemy to bounce on that might have been promising once, but no, we need to hit some node to give ourselves platforms here, I think. There we go. Oh no, we needed to continue by hitting the node up top. That's okay. We'll do that. Can't really shortcut that, I guess. Oh no, missed that. Missed all of it. Oh, no, missed. Okay, a little too ambitious with the air dash there. So we had hit this. This gives you a return path. Does it give you anything else? There was no enemy to hit there. So yeah, is this... Oh, there is. No, that doesn't seem like it's a ceiling that I can get through though. Oh, and now we're almost dead, so... Nope, we died. Okay. And we overspent the curve claw when attempting to retrieve that. We're not losing that many rosaries or anything, but yeah, so I don't want to burn a silk eater on that, but we'll go back and try to retrieve it and take a second look at that location. Yeah, no real progress in trying to find what matches the clue. I mean, we were warned that this is apparently a difficult location. When it comes to figuring out what that clue is referring to. Oh, it's too low. Oh, too low. Slightly. Oh, missed. Okay. And of course that's going to give us a bit of a pain here too. So... Oh, no, we already burned the air dash. I should remember that. See, this is how we were so low last time that we ended up having no real cocoon to work with. I don't think we're losing that many rosaries though, so as long as we don't make too many mistakes over here until we've reached the cocoon area. That one's giving chase though. There we go. 88 rosaries, not much, but... So this area here, that doesn't look like it's a ceiling that we can get through. That was the one I suspected, and that is not it. So I think that's definitively not it at this point. I think that's not the answer. I'm try going back down to the left side column though, and seeing if that gets some headway. So yeah, 0 progress so far today, just not able to figure out the clue. I think we've been here. It seemed like there was a column we could get through. Again, we haven't found anything encrusted. Just trying to hug everything here to see if a solution may present itself, but at this point we're too far away from any of the sands of Karak crest, I think, for it to be a valid solution. Okay, in which case, I mean, we could try to go even further left, perhaps, because we had looked at this as a possibility much earlier. In case there was a climb on the left side here. Because past a certain point it looks like you just can't really progress. So it'd be interesting to see if you can really push into that area. Oop. No, hang on. So yeah, no progress here. We can't really take the Arloom exit area down there either. I think we've kind of checked what we can. I just don't see what the answer to the clue is at the moment. Maybe it's something we'll have to rethink. Interesting thing is that going up to Volt Nest like we did previously actually does kind of match that description almost. I guess it's not really a vertical cave though. So some kind of vertical passage that's supposed to extend up through crust. I mean, it could be in that top right corner of the passage that we slightly gave up on earlier. You know what? Let's do that just in case. Since I'd mentioned the idea, I feel like we have to check it. Otherwise, it's going to be a repeat of what happened with the what was it called? Wisp Thicket, where I had mentioned the idea of going there long before we actually bothered to check it. So we're going all the way up close to where we went up to the Volt Nest before, but without getting all the way in. And we'll just ignore that and keep going. So Volt Nest is in this area. This is the drop where we want to inspect the top right of the area beyond this one. We also haven't really taken a close look at this section yet. Yeah, because I guess this was kind of technically a right to left section, or it was supposed to be. If we get on some of those walls, we'll be okay. We can actually make it back, but no, we don't actually want to tap that if we're losing all of our height. Okay, there we go. Could have been somewhere in one of these areas. Like, have we actually checked the top left of this room, for instance? That require me to drop some of this. Yeah, no, we've done this platforming sequence quite a few times, actually. I'm pretty sure that's not it. And here, checking the ceiling to see if anything looks suspicious in this area. What about this? This is new? No, this is just silk. We'd seen this before. So it's not this, but what about the room to the right? Doesn't look like this either. Yeah, too bad. This little silk location almost looked like it was something, but we do remember it from some time ago. What about this section to the left here? That's not really encrusted, though. And then, yeah, this is a drop down to what we had seen previously. We just had checked that. So it can't be any of that. Well, I think we should just drop back down here. There was a section to the right here. Oh, I checked that. Hang on. What's this? No, we have been here for sure. It's not mapped, but we had been here. Okay, might as well just complete this passage while we're here to get back down. And see if there's anything new in this part of the Citadel, since we hadn't actually been back all the way to this gate in Act 3, I think. In the Grand Gate entry area, which has been very thoroughly wrecked at this point. And actually, even these platforms, I mean, are they functional? They seem to be rather draped in silk at this point. Anyway. There's nothing specific that we're trying to check here, though. Oh, we might as well check if the passage down to the Underworks is broken down again, where we smashed through the lift much earlier in the game. Nope, same as before. Yeah, I wonder what we missed then. So absolutely no headway on that Greymoor clue, despite searching around for quite some time. So yeah, I mean, you know, at some point we should actually proceed to the quest objective. The other thing we might want to do if we're dropping down to that area anyway is to go down to Weave Nest Atla and see if there's anything new to look at on that end. In terms of what else we haven't gone back to check, we haven't been back to any of Bilewater at all. Not that we're particularly eager to see how much bigger it could possibly get, because the zone just seems unbounded. So I think we want to go... Yeah, and also there's this statue area in Hunter's March that we always found suspicious and may or may not have something new. I'm not really sure. I think the right answer is to maybe go back to Greymoor and see if we can look at that clue. Either that or we head over to Deep Docks. We haven't been to this port in quite a long time. Not in Act 3. And then see what happens if we... A, check around to Forged Daughter to see if there's anything new apart from the silk shot that we know we're missing. And B, see if we can do this passage up to the Hunter's March to check the top area there, because this gap between Hunter's March and Greymoor still looks reasonably suspicious. Possibly something new has broken open there. But still haven't discovered anything new today for all our efforts. That just happens sometimes when you have a game like this where you exhaust some things about the map and at the same time know that there's a lot that we have not been able to find. Because clearly we're missing so much. But with a map this big, it's challenging to crack open exactly what it is that is unaccounted for. Yeah, what do we say? We said Deep Docks. Still doing that initial check of the various stations and surrounding areas after having arrived in Act 3. In some places not much has changed, in others there is quite a lot to discover. What was even to the left here? Oh yeah, we've done this a few times. I don't think there was anything new to look at on this end. We're still on the hunt for ornate keys at some points. We have 2 ornate locks that are also still unaccounted for. Anyway, in this section, we totally should have put on Magna Bell, but we forgot, so whatever. And we'll check what's going on with Forged Daughter. Just so we know. Still chipping away, I see. Was it just the silk shot? Oh, Pointy Bug, you return. The world cracks and cries from some grave new calamity. Nevertheless, we must remain fixed to this forge and its service. Ours is a duty lifetime bound. So yeah, just a silk shot. As we know. We're missing craft metal for that. We'll almost certainly have to explore quite a bit further to see what that gets us. But in the meantime, let's go up to Hunter's March to see what we can do on that end. Oops. Yeah, still mostly just scanning key locations that were still unaccounted for from the earlier part of the game since we got into Act 3. Lots to do on that account. Lots to look at. Here, right, we'll just go all the way to the right side and head up from there. Hunter's March is actually so far off from everything else once you are in a position where you try to get back there. Anyway, everything's touched by void over here. Another void mass that will get away from for the time being while we're still just exploring. I haven't really been back here to see what's been going on with the red ants. Yeah, there are a few locations that have seemed like nothing. We actually haven't been to the mini-game area either up in Hunter's March. The target throw. This section here, let's see if there's anything that we needed to look at. It was even to the right side here anyway. This was very early game content, and so I don't remember much about what we were even doing here. We're perilously low in health. So let's heal up here first before anything continues. Okay, a little bit silk touched. Just need to have broken that open at least. Anything new? Yeah, that one's still broken about. Nothing else to see here, though. Okay, back in this section. This seems to have closed off on us, which is interesting. So yeah, that seems to be newly collapsed, if I'm not mistaken, which means that we actually do have to do a longer run through Winter's March to potentially unlock things again, and maybe that's indicative of some new mandatory fight that has appeared in that section. But let's continue going here. Maybe there's a way to get out. Yeah, so you've got a massive void mass over here. Let's heal up before we get deep into fighting that. It's gonna hit pretty hard. Okay. Oh no. This is very hard. Oh, that's just gonna whack me. Okay. So clearly something is going on there we need to account for. And yeah, so we can take a closer bench over on the left side here and try to approach that. But clearly something is going on with Hunter's March that is encouraging us to break open that shortcut again that has since been buried. So let's head back up and see what we can do with that information on the left side this time. Up and to the left. There we go. And then this is the same double lift sequence as before. Oh, no. Just it here. It's okay. Jumping out of that a little too eagerly, perhaps. Camera movement here tricked me out a little bit, like we were expecting some other secret passage. Whoops. Let's not have the lift drop on our heads. Whoops. I want to check wall here, just in case. Okay, so we'll try to approach from this side, across this room, and see about getting back to the cocoon first of all. Not on this side, but I wanted to check this first. Haven't been back here in about a month too, I think. Right, that was just some initial progression. Whoa, let's not hit everything that has been infected. And then up here, yeah, it's just up to Hunter's March as before. Oh, this is new. Red rosary string, okay. All this time, you see, lots of little locations that we just never checked. Absolutely everywhere on the map. Anyway, we can break some of this stuff if we really wanted to fight it. Oh, totally with that. Let's fight on this corner. Oh, a mistake. I'm going to fall in. Oh, thought I had more silk than that. Okay, good. Yeah, no, that's risky. Okay, got rid of it at least. Didn't really get me much, though. It's just there to be in the way. That's okay, we need to take up more of the void masses for the Hunter's Journal eventually, anyhow. Now, since we've retrieved the cocoon, it's kind of clear to me that we're not going to progress past this point due to the collapse on the right side. It tells me that the closest approach over the Hunter's March will actually be from Belhart by the looks of it. Unless we want to do the passage over from the Marrow to see if anything's different, but I think we'll take the Belhart route. Yeah, unless there's anything else to look at over here, but I believe it's just the collapse. Don't know if this is breakable from the other side or if it's permanent, but we'll have to see. Did it just mirror does the void respond to the needle in as well? I think it kind of does. Let's heal up top first, and we'll come back down here and descend. There's something new here, interesting. Hero's call, a distressed bug was heard calling for help near the bellway atop the great sandy steps. Will no one come to the sad wretch's aid? I guess we should do that. Didn't expect a new quest here. I wonder what brought that on. I mean, yeah, this is all as we've seen before. Might as well load up in silk while we're here. And consider our next route. I guess we're going back to the blasted steps yet again. Maybe there's something to track in conjunction with this quest. But if it's near the bellway, we'll see how close to the bellway we're talking about. Now, sometimes the quest description on the board, yeah, is different from the quest description in the quest log, so we always want to double check that in case there's some additional corroborating information. I guess we're going back to Blasted Steps. So I wonder what unlocked this quest. Oh, yeah, okay, so it is because we followed Garmon and Zaza, and Garmon seems to have gotten himself in some trouble. So we follow Zaza. And we rescue Garmon, presumably. over here to the left at the end of this corridor, which was previously a dead end. Whoa. That's not good. Lost Garmon. Okay, I guess we need to rescue him. He's been touched by boys. That's not good at all. Zaza seems very concerned about this and kind of terrified at what has happened to her companion. Well. Yeah, so... Did we hit the bench before we did this? We should have done so. No, we totally forgot. Alright, well, we have ourselves a fight. Let's go back and do that. Is that the Belbeast's secret baby? We're asking 06i. You mean... Oh, actually, we don't even need to call... Okay, I guess we'll call it. We could have just ported to the Belbeast. The Belbeast has multiple secret babies. Unless you're talking about Zaza looking like the Bell baby? Oh, I don't know. They don't look related to me. Not that much of a family resemblance. No, Zaza doesn't look like the Bell babies at all. Not even remotely. About the same size, I guess, but that's it. Anyway, let's take the bench and let's see how we're going to deal with rescuing Garmon if he can indeed be recovered. Very sad fate for him. Unfortunately, I was hoping he would survive long enough to someday have a much needed duel with Zote the Mighty. Okay, so yeah, saved by the mouse, or by the dice rather. So, okay, we need to figure out how to dodge the spray pattern before we just get taken down that quickly. It's okay, a very quick run back. Nothing in the way, we'll just learn it. It's all about the dodging pattern here. We can figure out how to get around a spray. Just find a close opportunity and read the tells. Yeah, stay far, I think, and then if he sprays, then... Oh, wow. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, nope. Hit. Yeah, so those spray into locations I don't want to reach. Okay, we got hit over here, but if we stay in the air, then... Oh, that was a very lucky dodge. That was not a lucky dodge. Okay, so I think we keep a distance for the spray so we actually have room to jump around the projectiles if need be. Oh, whoops. Well, that's a bad start. But we need to learn to fight anyway, so let's just get in there and start dodging. Where's Zaza? Oh, didn't deal with the forward thrust previously. Now we can kind of get over him for the spray if he's doing it like that, and then that's surprisingly successful. The jump, again, we stay centered for the jump. If we stay above him for that, actually, that seems pretty safe. I'm getting to see that we should stay above him for this phase, pretty much. If we stay in the air and just out of that range, then we're actually very safe. For the most part. Now, are we at a phase transition yet? Whoop. Yeah, dodge the swipe. But we're completely safe in this kind of location. Except... Oh, nope. Saved by the dice. And of course, if he jumps up towards me like that, I'm in trouble, but... Let's try to build up enough silk this way, before he jumps. Okay. Is it too close? Just too close again, and was that it? Oh, we drew the fight. We drew the fight. We logged it in the book, though. So I think that technically counts as a win, but we didn't actually see the ending. So I don't think it's the last judge situation where we have to fight him again, but let's see. A tragic fate for a once honorable bug. Those void-soaked threads. Your physical might is nothing compared to the corruption they wreak upon a soul, so... Now, I don't think the quest filled, however. So, let's go back. Yeah, but you'll notice Zaza isn't here, so I think we need to talk to Zaza, probably. So yeah, I think that counted as a win because it was logged in the book. That was not the case with the last judge when we did see the last judge. So presumably we don't have to fight, presumably we just see Zaza. And yeah, because Garmin, fortunately, is done for. Where Zaza will have to sing himself. A hero's memento does fill the quest. Where's Garmon? Like I said, these two were my favorite. Let's meet back home. So strong, so kind. Let's meet back home. Brave to the end. Thank you. Old bug, old friend. So strong, so kind. Oh, descriptive is spoiler alert here. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, if you really want the full scale of the tragedy that has just befallen us, Garmon unfortunately did bite off a little more than he could chew. Here in Void Zone. So yeah, Zaza's kind of patiently waiting. Well, we have no talk interaction past this. Zaza doesn't really want to say anything more about this, but yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it. Anyway, here's Memento. What do we actually pick up off of this? Heirloom of a village lost to Farloom's haunting. The memento can be displayed in the home. I guess we bring it back to the Bell home and possibly we decorate it. That's too bad. They were my favorite. I kind of had a sense that Garmon wouldn't make it to the end, but that's a particularly dire way to go. And you see, even the Bell Beast here, well, has to be roused from slumber. Let's go back to Bellheart. Too bad. I was hoping they would join me and team up for some grand finale with many of the NPCs we've met along the way. Do we need to talk to the shopkeeper to mount the memento or not? I think we just go back to the home then. Maybe there's something we can interact with. Can be displayed in the home, yes, so can we, or there we go, mementos. So now that we've added memento here, what happens? Well, it's on the wall, as you can see. Something to remember Garmond and his mysterious former village by. That was very unfortunate. Okay, so with that active morning out of the way, we were diverted there earlier. Even the Twisted Bud is sad. Yeah, I mean, Twisted Bud might have a good cry about it, perhaps. Yeah, poor fellow. Okay, so we previously got diverted there because I wanted to come back to Belhart in the first place in order to try the approach into Hunter's March, since it was blocked on the other end, indicating to me that there is something to see here and probably some kind of mandatory fight on the way in. Let's go back and see. Down this way. I still feel like there's a great deal of Belhart we have not been able to map yet to maybe expand or connect to this part of the map, but we never really figured out what was going on with that either way, so let's just go down and not run into too many things. Particularly if they're soaked in void. Yeah, if we're gonna go down to the Marrow, we just go down this side. I think that's easier. We've done this so many times before. Oh, gotta take that down before he sprays us all over. Okay, so we wanted to take the passage over to Hunter's March. If we drop down a little lower, we'll see if anything has become of the target shooting game. Last time I checked it, it had become an infinite target game, but we don't know if this is still up and running. Doesn't look like it is, actually. Looks like the target shooting game is gone entirely, which means we should explore. I see pins. Yeah, no more target shooting arcade. Didn't realize that would happen either. It's a bit of a wreck of what it once was. Anything to reveal? Not really. Yeah, this place just got destroyed, it seems. Doesn't really even have its old signage. Well, I mean, the arcade business isn't for the faint-hearted. Also, do we ever have anything to check here? No, not really. Okay, this area, we will again traverse all the way over. The statue area that we hadn't touched since the beginning of the game, or hadn't seen an interaction with, is worth checking. Maybe the area around Beast Shrine has something new, but we don't know. We never really checked the top left of this room, have we? Oh, we must have at some point. Yeah, this was just rosaries or something, I believe. Oh, whoops. Terrible swipe there. Okay, well, unless there's some upper passage. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. Again, I still feel like there's something in this area here that is conspicuously open on the map, but we're not quite there yet, so I always felt like the statue area was what was most suspicious on that score. Oh, just silk it. Yeah, there we go. Big silk mass over here, though. We always have to be careful with those. Nope. That's why we have to be careful with the... Oh, whoops, just ran into it. Whoops. That was unfortunate. This was the most recent bench, which makes sense, so let's go back up. Have to be careful with the void masses. Void is truly the opium of the masses. Even has the right color for that. Descriptivist, I didn't get any depth dialogue from Garmon. No, because I died when he died, and so I guess, I mean, you know, he's a very talkative fellow. I guess there really should have been heroic dialogue at the end, right? And so I didn't see it, whatever it was. Might have to YouTube that afterwards, but when it's at a safe distance from anything that would spoil me on the matter. But yeah, no, we'll have to look that up because I just didn't get to hear what he had to say. Okay, mandatory fight, that's expected given that other passages were blocked off here. Okay. Save by the dice. What's more? Okay, whoa. We're in trouble. Okay. Just gonna spray. At least void characters do have a spray pattern that we can read, but we have no shards. We'd better get off of Curve Claw for the time being, since we want to switch to something with ammunition. Let me think about this. Because being able to hit air was quite nice. Conch Cutter would be good for this. Threefold would also be good for this. Throwing Ring might be best, but it does just go straight forward. But the Ricochet might be useful. I think we'll go threefold for this, actually. Drill might not be that useful with the positioning that we're seeing. Well, I guess we're getting on top of some of those enemies, maybe. Cogwork Wheel has no ammo. Yeah, maybe we go Throwing Ring down load or something to stay at range. No, we can go drill. Yeah, because that is something conspicuously missing now that I think about it, that we did not hear Garmon have the last word, as he would surely make lovely sport of fighting. Major oversight on our part. Also, I need to make it back safely to that cocoon. Not that we're losing very many rosaries at this point, but, you know, it's the principle of the thing. Yeah, not touching that for the moment. Let's just try to skip over. And try to get a bit of silk going. Okay. Heal up first, and then get into the fight, and then see what we can do. Oh. Yeah, no, we should have done Threadstorm for this, actually. It would make so much more sense. Oh, Earth Drill is not too bad either. Given that a lot of these void attacks have a downward pattern to them. Okay. Hang on. Okay, good. There's more. We need silk. Need a lot more silk. Whoa. Getting risky. Nope. Missed a swipe. Okay. Still have most of our refolds left. Look how quick they were in that spread. So, maybe approximately the right idea, but let's get in there in better shape first this time. Okay. Much better shape, actually. Nice quick run. Oh, nice. Oh, well, almost. Okay. Let's charge up first. Yeah, just kill that one immediately before he gives us too much trouble. As we discovered in the Garmin fight, a lot of void spray will not hit us from below, but we do need to. Whoa, that was bad. Yeah, we need a lot more silk. No. Might want to rethink how we're building into this. I still like multi-bind plus inject over this. I don't know if the fast charge is necessarily helping us very much. We might want to switch that to either a reserve heal or perhaps even the warding bell. We're going a little tools heavy on this. Recrystal might be good just to have some damage output. We're healing often enough that Claw Mirror would also be something with some potential. Druid's Eye, actually. I don't know if that's going to give us enough silk replenishment, but we're taking enough accidental damage that we want to make sure we're in position for healing as often as possible. Okay. Okay. We should have remembered to switch to Thread Storm, incidentally. It's, I think, way better for this fight than going Spear. Because we're generally not wanting to stay on the side against these kinds of enemies anyway, right? So. Imagine how much better Thread Storm is in this kind of circumstance. Oh, no. This was a mess. This was the part of the fight previously where we went pretty heavy into Threefold Pin. We have no resources. I do have some shell shard bundles I should break maybe for sub-weapons for this circumstance, but you know what, let's go back to the bench and redo this. Drill is nice for the opening of the fight, it's not so good against the flyers. Anyway, let's just get back. And we'll be there in no time. Descriptive is, we've had a drill weapon for ages. That's one of my most used tools in the sub-weapon slot. It got me through a lot of fights, actually. It was, in fact, the best method for doing bile water until we ran out of ammo on it. Then I had to do it without tools because I just overspent the drill on the minor adds in the early fight. But yeah, when you kind of know that something is going to be right beneath you, the drill is fantastic. The best thing about drill is that out of all of the tools, it is the one where the controls for using the tools make the most sense because it feels like a down alternate attack when you bind it to down. And it kind of matches your movement. That's something that can't really be said for some of the other tools where the directional controls take some getting used to, but the drill felt intuitive immediately. Yeah. But yeah, one of my favorite tools to use in the game. We just tend to overuse it sometimes. Fantastic against a lot of grounded enemies. Okay. Let's just pin these as much as we can. Maybe spear them. Oh, totally whiffed. Need to save Silk for heals here. Okay, one down. That's great. One down pretty cleanly, in fact. Good. Okay, good. That's down. Best we've done in this fight, actually. Oh. We'll see if it gets more complex than this after this guy. Nope, it doesn't, so that's it. Okay. Used way too much ammunition there, but we'll get back to it. So yeah, that's why there's a mandatory passage here, and why the other path from the deep docks is closed off. There's forced use through here. Is there a meaning of Hornet's dress turning black? Did her dress turn black? Wasn't really paying attention. I mean, everybody else is turning black because they got void everywhere, but... Also, this was the area where we previously in the game kept getting caught by the same trap over and over again. Glad to be done with that at least. Because I kept running into it. Oh, well. Traps. Actually, no, it was in the area to the right of this, in the run over to the Beast Shrine, that I always ran into the same trap and just got captured every single time. Okay, let's see if we can actually break the passage back to Deep Docks. We can. That's reopened. Which is good. It doesn't really get me that close to a bench, does it? Well, to the lower one, but we have an easier bench up here. Assuming we don't have to work too hard for it. This was the one that originally had the trap on it. So we want to be careful. Okay, now, the statue has been a persistent mystery for some time and is worth checking, I think. Along with a lot of the top passages, where we had that particularly vicious fight that we did as Beast in this room long ago in the game, but yeah, now that we've looted all the rosaries here, that looks like nothing. This area was where we got the curved claw off the NPC who didn't even make it into Act 2. I don't think there's anything new here, but we will check. Yeah, same old fellow. At least he was spared the void, having perished much earlier. But yeah, we have to check the statue area. That has been a long-running suspicious location. And is there anything to see here? I still don't know what this is about. Like, there was an NPC who was kind of unburied here very early in the game, and we just never saw him again. I don't think, unless we confused him with something. We can try to needle in, but it didn't do anything here before. Needle in totally does make some of the void pulsate around this, though. So we just never ever figured out what this was about. Although now we realize that the statue is actually, I think, of Grandmother Silk. Isn't it? We wouldn't have known that earlier in the game because we wouldn't have done the fight. Well, we can check the beast area, see if there's anything to look at that side. At this point, I still haven't figured out how to upgrade anything in my crests other than Hunter. We upgraded Hunter over in Weave Nest Atla, but that's the only crest upgrade I've found. And we just haven't seen any evidence yet that crest upgrades exist for anything else, but it would make sense that they would. Okay, at least the trap here that got us repeatedly is no longer active. But yeah, let's check the beast area just to see. Oh, we can also check this trap in case there's anything. Nope. Because some places could be re-entered. East, it seems, cannot, but... Oh, nope, this is just same passage as before. Okay, nothing new then. So, what was even the purpose of coming back to Hunter's March? We opened up the connection back to Deep Docks. Maybe there's some future interaction in the statue location, but otherwise we have not seen anything new in this zone, and I keep thinking the statue area might lead to some solution to what sits in the map between Hunter's Mark and Greymoor, but seemingly not. Seems like such a natural way of filling that gap, though, when you study the map. I don't know if we've missed something here. It does look like, you know, with the light coming in from up top, that maybe there's an opening up above. Again, I still think at some point that it's possible that we get some additional traversal power that just launches me upwards, because too many things about this map would suddenly make sense if that were the case. But we'll have to find out. Now let's check the top corners again. Still think that we're probably missing something important. But if not, we will head back down to the Bell Station. Consider Hunter's March explored for now. And next thing to do is probably just to continue over to Bone Bottom, and we'll check Weakness Atla first, and then we might finally get into the confrontation. Okay. Well, at least we did open that passage that circles back to Deep Docks. We just don't know what that's going to be about. And, oh wow, this was the bell, or rather this was the last beast location we even used. Alright, Bone Bottom it is. Unless we want to do Marrow first and then check the Moss Home area, because we haven't talked to that NPC yet. We should do that, in fact. Particularly because I don't think we'd found a summon location at Demaro. Like, I passed by there and I couldn't see what to interact with to call the beast. Or maybe I'm confusing that with something else. Yeah, clearly you can call the beast. It's probably missing something here. Oh, maybe I was thinking of this location. Close to where the bench is supposed to be, right here. So we'll check Mossome first, talk to the Mossberry Brewer. See if there's anything new to look at or talk about here. It's a time. Our lands shake their sorrow. But a new beat, yes, demanding for a new rhythm. These quakes you feel, they are not your land's sadness. They are its collapse, one bound to happen if their source cannot be quelled. But no, the beat. It is the beat our land wishes, calls for it, needs one new. Okay. So, the cycle continues. And the Moss Druid seems untroubled. Have we really seen more of these traps up here previously? Oh, there's another void mass here that we need to deal with. Right at a bench, at least. And we will, in fact, need it because I died right away. Let's just head back up to spare ourselves the embarrassment. So what was even going on here? Let's charge up and put this. Okay. Might as well whip that on the right to see if we can do anything useful by getting rid of that mass. Or at least have an easy one to cut down for the sake of filling in the Hunter's Journal. Yeah, they do respawn though, so it's not actually that useful to do. Alright, anyway, let's drop back down and head down to Bone Bottom. Every trap along the way. There we go. Much to look at, but a lot of void everywhere and a lot of traps everywhere. What about this section? This is just a drop. We can just do the drop. Oh, whoops. Not like that, we don't. Skip it. So yeah, we've been to the wreckage of Bone Bottom before, but we'll maybe try to make it over to Weaveness Atla if we can. At least the Bellway is still accessible in its own fashion. You would check what was going on in the top right side here. Yeah, okay, let's go down actually. No benches in sight. Actually, before we proceed, yeah, bench going over to the Moss Grotto. We'll go Weaveness Atla first, though, if we may. To see if any upgrades are available. If it thinks we've expanded our nature, which I don't think we have. I think that's dependent on how many crests you've collected, but we'll see if there's new interaction here. Yeah, first of all, so we had activated one of these in one of the other weave nests as well, and I had no idea what it actually accomplished. I really didn't understand it. So, we'll see. Maybe you're supposed to hit these in each of the weave nests, but I couldn't find them in some of the other ones. Couldn't find an equivalent node to activate. Lady, so you live still. This is good. I had felt the conflict commence, pale hearts ablaze, and a sudden well of darkness after. I'm sorry, Ava. I had hoped to slay the monarch and was near achieving that goal, but the situation has become complicated. Now, all of Farloom threatens to fall. But I can sense it in you, lady. You have not yielded to despair, so some hope must still remain. Slim hope, I suspect, but true. There may yet be a way through this disaster. I shall pursue that goal with whatever strength remains. Then allow me to continue to aid you as I can. Mine might be a small contribution, but I shall provide it eagerly. Are we going to get anything off her immediately? Nope. Nope. Nature needs to expand. I assume, again, that we need to get more crests. Now, there was this whole area elsewhere in Moss Grotto. Let's take this bench first before we do anything else. We had traversed this whole section before. And let's just head up. Okay. Guess we'll have to pick a fight with Caretaker and friends. And see what happens as we finally decide to progress the plot. Since we couldn't find that foe that we were hunting for in that other section much earlier, up in the Blasted Steppes and Sands of Karg. You know what? Let's start in the original location. I want to go back to where things started and see what differs down here. I just wanted to take a look. You see, this is now long collapsed and become overgrown. The initial location here. This poor fellow who was dropped from above for the burial rites is still down here. Dead in advance and therefore unconsumed by void. Anyway, back to the early game. Then we'll just wrap around to that bench once we've seen if there's anything else to look at that might be interesting. This just connects this way. Okay. Way back in the starting zone. Was it just me or was it Twisted Bud? Oh no, or maybe that was just the enemy. Squealing. Still don't know about what to do with the Twisted Bud, but that's okay, we'll figure it out eventually. Oh. That's interesting that we seem to have a new Moss Mother fight. Avoid Moss Mother. So we're not really locked into this location, so I don't know how much of a fight this is realistically. Or, well, I mean, it's not a named boss, so the Moss Mother just decided to do this thing. Yeah, oh, I see what you said earlier about the cloak turning black. It's when we get hit by a void attack, it seems. That's just all it is, as far as I can tell. I should try to drill into her, but we're really low on shards. Come on, let's get her down here. If we can. I'd like to get up high, actually, because it's easier to do as an aerial fight. We can get up there. we need to tap for more silk. Do it soon, I think. Oh. Just haven't been able to hit. Oh. Okay, let's just do this a little low. Nope. Just need enough silk. Okay, good. Let's heal up in a safe position. And just continue to fight. Yeah, I have to get her down low, I think. A little harder to see where everything's dropping in from the ceiling, but on the other hand, there's a bit more lag time to it, perhaps. Oh, have to stand back from that. I want to use the spear, but I do want to save up silk for heal instead. I think that's a little wiser. Okay, stand back. Okay, heal. Go back here. Lead her back down. Patiently. Oh, a little risky here. Let's get more silk. And yeah, 06i, I had been thinking about that too, that the Bell Hermit was referring to us as a slave for a reason. The Bell Hermit kind of knew the score in terms of what he thought the natural state of the world should be. I had been thinking about that interaction. Because, well, now that we know about what the Bell Hermit is up to, you know, unlike his companions, he didn't really want to hide anything. Knew full well that he didn't have the patience for any deception. Okay. Did we even get anything off nuking Void Moss Mother? I don't think we did. We didn't even get a logbook entry or anything. Because we had previously, I think, finished the Moss Mother logbook entry by fighting double Moss Mother in the Weave Nest. So, despite being originally a named enemy, I guess the Moss Mother wasn't that important after all, so. Descriptive as void damage eats your silk. You know, I hardly noticed. And I think the reason I hardly noticed is because compared to the maggots, that was nothing. The maggots were a lot worse. Okay, so let's retain the current setup until we know what we're getting into. Obviously, one alternative if we get into a particularly intense fight is to take a warding bell instead. But for now, let's just try to get some ammunition back in order. If we can, like maybe... Oops. Throwing ring back here. We're almost out of drill. So we should maybe go trap to that maybe. Or hookfly. In general, we'll try not to dump a lot of ammunition on a fight until we've figured out the basic dodging patterns. But anyway, let's see what's going to happen in the main plot. As we approach this area. Oh, we have to enter this. Okay. Alright. Let's find out what they're plotting. Cowards. Here you hide even as you cause your own land's demise. Yeah, so that's what caretaker looks like without the hat that has been given over to Sharma. The snail shamans. You seem displeased, old one. We only did as you asked, yes? The snare is sprung, the creature consumed. You bound it to that void. Don't play doubt. You should well know our family's fixations. Surely you had a hunch. How else could we hope to trap one of your pale kin, or see her consumed with such insatiable efficiency? Then you have miscalculated gravely. The White Knight, she fell with the mother. Oh, the quakes, yes, we have felt the force even here, so the mother resists the dark to save the child. That is my guess. I must descend to the void below and see clear that truth for myself. So, do we get an ornate key for the diving bell? And does that take us to the Silksong equivalent of the Abyss? And does that help me complete my map? We'll find out. Oh, how unfortunate. All of Farloom will fall to her flailing. So it may, but I will not watch idle while it crumbles. And yeah, descriptive as that is the chapel made. I mean, you know, they each give part of their soul. There was an additional part of the soul collection from the snails that belonged to the Seeker. The Seeker is long deceased because the Seeker was consumed by Grohl the Great. And so that was what we had claimed first. The groaning docks beyond the caverns of bone. There I have seen a vessel able to pass below, a heavy belt built for descent. So yeah, the diving bell, exactly. I guess you would get a different dialogue interaction if you have not yet discovered the diving bell. I need only gain access and an operator to assist. I will investigate the docks and uncover the means. Well, we need the ornate key, though. You'd be the first in an age to dive so deep, old one. That space below remains long unseen, even to our family. For those depths, I am more prepared than most. I will reach the base of this land and know the truth of the new disaster we together have wrought. So it's not so much that they're evil, it's just that, you know, we didn't give them good instructions. Can I play the needle in for these three? And a kingdom lost. Hide and wait. Hide and watch. Only a simple bug. Strength and despair. Our power. Glimmering trails. Spiraling outward. Oh, soulful ones. So many souls. Kingdom lost. Anyway, yeah. Let's bench up here. Find aid in deep docks to access this diving bell. So maybe we were not able to get the... Oh, this is totally pointing to Forged Daughter, incidentally. Maybe Forged Daughter has to make us a key. Also, I remember there was an ornate lock that's in Whiteward, so if we do get an ornate key, we check that first. But it looks like we have to call up Forged Daughter. Now let's speak to them individually and see what else they have to say. The quakes. This collapse will take Farloom all. The void doesn't claim it first. Surely you've seen them, the black threads that rack your lands. The dark leeches up, possessed upon the fallen monarch's silk. Farloom's roads were not safe before. Now they'll prove impassable. Those pilgrims still alive in your lands must huddle in hope. If there can be another end to this, it is up to us to discover it. Does Bell Hermit still not want to talk to me? I guess not. Also, here's something else. Flickering flame, 5 mass swirl soul, brought and boiled. 4 stones, rage baked, crushed powder course. I guess it's a recipe. 3 shells fresh from pilgrims fallen to contain an age. Or maybe it's a prophecy. Prophecy, recipe, same thing. A recipe is a prophecy for what you're about to cook. That's totally a recipe, actually. That's totally a recipe. You have the shells containing everything. Anyway, this can be broken, but you can't really go up. And yeah, Descriptivist, you did catch the dialogue. Indeed. Anyway. So, we'll see what they do. In the meantime, let's head over to Forged Daughter. And hopefully we don't need an additional piece of craft metal or something. But yeah, I mean, there's not much room to scroll the map even lower, so I wonder if the diving bell kind of acts as a cave entrance to a zone or something. Guess we'll find out. Whoop. No quest board here, of course. I actually kind of want to check Songclave again just to see if the quest board there has changed any. Kind of like how running into Garmond and Zaza gave us the quest in Belhart out of the blue. I want to check it first. And of course, we have not been back to Bywater at all since the Void. Or to Sinner's Road, or that whole end to see what happens to maggots when they are also Void touched. I guess we had seen the maggots in Putrefied Ducts since we were last here. But yeah, just want to check the quest board. And what does Sherman want to say? Same thing. No, nothing new. Nothing new off Jubilana either. We've had nothing to spend rosaries on lately. Perhaps a map someday. That would be it. Okay. Wake the Belby's family, and then we'll head down to Deep Docks. So yeah, too bad we couldn't figure out whatever New was trying to point me to with the remaining creature or guardian or whatever we were looking for in what was presumably the Blasted Steppes. Okay, so Forged Daughter, can you make me a key? Oh, that's not good. Forged Daughter, these black quakes that now rack your lands. I'm seeking to see them quell their source below the lakes of flame. You wish to descend so deep, pointy bug. It is true these docks possess a craft capable. Alas, we ourselves cannot help, but if Farloom's health or fall, our charge ties us to this forge, always. Ballo, there's the bug to ask, and if our fate is as dire as your action suggests, we are sure he is only needing of some quick convincing. Alright. Is this Ballo? Yes. Sir, I have need to head below the lakes of flame. There was a diving bell at the base of the structure that seemed fit for the task. It required opened and an operator to send it deep. As one of few upon these docks with minds still sound, that roll must fall to you. Can't you see I'm busy, miss? Ain't got time for naught else while this shuffling needs doing. Choose to aid me, or all your efforts will soon be wasted. This kingdom crumbles. Its collapse is inevitable. If you wish for your work and your life to continue, you must help me now. So it's gotten that bad, I guess, if that's how it is, I'll be your bug. Meet me below at a diving bell. We'll see if I can get you ready for the drop. So I guess you're not given a separate key for the ornate lock. If we are, we will double back to White Ward to check the lock. Okay. So, anyway, we've previously unlocked this whole passage, so we'll head back down and see at long last where that's going to take us. Mallow just walks through effortlessly without an escort. Yeah, he blends in. Okay, that's not a fight, that's just rumbling. Yeah, he blends in just fine. They can't tell under his helmet that he's not one of them. Wouldn't underestimate his abilities quite so readily. Anyway, this is a bench, despite all appearances. Into the airlock. If you hit Bella to forge daughter to the last, I think I had tried that previously. I feel like that's something we've seen. Oops. Slightly missed. I forgot to put on the magma bell. We're going to the abyss though, so maybe it's not lava down there once we do get to the diving bell safely. And we had created the shortcuts there before because we've been here multiple times wondering how to activate this. Yeah, I guess we have the fade down cloak, but if we had the monarch wings as to double jump from the first game, this would be the diving bell and the butterfly. Also, this top slot here previously had not opened up, so yeah, it's shut by an ornate clamp. Maybe different from the ornate lock that we need to go for. Ah, yes, we had been here. We just had nobody to operate the controls. Let's play for him first and see what he has to say. Quite the echo inside the helmet. Forged by holy duty to work endures, we continue the task. Eat it, shape it. Oh, not here, he doesn't. Oh, miss, how's all this then? A lot of dials to be tracking, but at least the controls seem in good order. From here I can guide your bell down, best as any bug. Then you've no prior experience with this type of transport? No one does, miss. Them who used to dive are all long dead or cursed to half-life. And there ain't no bug left alive has been brave or stupid enough to try. Till now, at least. I'll work it best as I can. Can't do much more, I'm afraid. At least forgings of these docks were built to last. Now we've only got to pray they hold for you. Here's the key that'll see you inside his metal belly. Pop in there once you're feeling good and ready. In the meantime, I'll get to seeing things set up here. Diving bell key. Okay, so diving bell key is just a diving bell key. It's not a general purpose ornate key, unfortunately. So we're still missing a key for something elsewhere in the game. Too bad. Yeah. Quite a nice bell helmet on him. Anyway. So I guess we'll see how much this resembles the abyss below Hellenest, and whether this will even appear on this map or if this is kind of like a cave style gate. Time to find out. Alright, here goes. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, and you even get a little music player. Oh no, that's a communication device. You can speak to Ballo, presumably. Sir, I wish to depart. Please ready to bellow for travel. Sure thing, miss. Sit on a bench, and I'll send you down. It binds you up. I'm thinking of how with the tram in the first game that if you destroy the music equipment inside the tram, you never actually get it back. Okay, we get a cutscene. Hornets descent into higher pressures. Deep into the magma, actually. Is this the Hornet gets roasted ending, or did she actually make it through? Guess we'll find out. Mistake. Overwhelm. We're trying as well. So we'll see if we're actually able to get back out. Yeah, it seemed like it buckled under pressure, and so we'll need to figure out how to get out of here. I don't think the beastlings are going to help me down here. Sir, if you can hear me, there's been an accident during the descent. She's very polite about this. In this broken state, the bell is unfit for travel. Retrieve it if you may, but I shall not return within. Yeah, it's not going to protect her from the magma if it gets pulled back up. And we're not retrieving much of a signal from above, so... Guess we'll need to bust the door open, and then it really won't be usable. Objective updated. Well, we should probably figure out how to get out. So there's no map button here. It does not even allow you to pull up the overlay symbol that says no map found yet. Well, it doesn't look like we're that far down. Oh, maybe now it does. Shadow Creeper. Were these akin to the ones in the first game? I don't know, but let's see what this was. Yeah, we'll use a few shards. I mean, that's not much to work with, but... we'll take it. The Abyss. We remember this place. Well, after a fashion. Don't know if it geographically connects to the Hellenist Abyss, but I don't think that's knowable in the context of this game. But yeah, no map button or anything to work with at all, so we'll just need to make it through, and oh, that's new. Oh. Okay, that's threatening. Can't really hit these very well. There we go. Gloom sac. Swallows its prey whole and sucks their nutrients until nothing remains. Oh, nope. Should have just grappled over, actually. Nope. That also did not work out. Oh, I guess we'll have to whack that. That takes off one mask if you struggle with it immediately. Oh, that's new too. Wow. That's a big attack. There's a passage down below. Whoa, let's get out of here. No, we're just gonna get smoked. Okay. Should have bound up some of those rosaries before I came down here. It's not like we're spending on anything in this area. And yeah, it just doesn't look like there's any kind of map that's obtainable here, so this is just a zone to itself, perhaps. Anyway, we'll try to get back there a little more cleanly than we've been doing. Now that we know roughly what we're going for. We'll just zip through the room. There's this passage down here. Maybe we Let me just get through this. I mean, clearly there is still that fellow up above, though. I mean, was there a reason to take the passage here? I guess if we wanted for the journal. You know what? Let's do hog flies. Just let him tap it while it stands there. Hey, this works. Almost. Come on, tap it. Except now I have to deal with those. That's okay, environmental damage takes care of that. It's okay. Kill that. Oh, I see it spawn stuff. Okay. Let's see what we can do. There we go. Gargant Gloom. Enormous tubular beast uniquely suited to living close to the void below. A lot more where that came from. But yeah, the bottom passage is obviously what we want to take every time we come back to relitigate this. Oh, whoops. Should have just grappled over. Need a bit more silk for the next heal. Don't know what's below, but I don't think we should check. Yeah, that's why we skipped over that. I mean, we can nuke 3 more of those for Hunter's Journal, but I feel like that's not a priority at the moment. Although, I wonder, though, if any of these journal entries would eventually become missable if you escape this area and can't come back, given that the diving bell is broken. I actually don't know what the situation is with anything in the journal being missable, because one thing that comes to mind, for instance, is that we no longer have the mist. And we only ever saw the wraiths in the mist, for instance. And I wonder if we had not obtained anything. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, it does say that we finished up with the wraiths. I don't know if we actually originally did kill enough for that, but you would think that there are, in fact, missable enemies for the journal, and I don't know if that would give you credit. Okay, nowhere to go but down. Pretty deep down. Well, it goes even deeper, so we should check this out first before we really go down. Oh, I guess we're really going down. However, it looks like there's something up above. Interesting. Can't really navigate this area at all. Oops. Couldn't really see what was going on here. Oh, no. Seems like there are multiple passages that we can traverse down here. It's really impossible to say how to compare. Okay. Sends you up here. You know, what does that do? Okay, that's new. Oops, sends you over here. I guess we can that up for the journal. Okay. Shadow Charger. Very similar to the masked charging ones in the first game, I guess. Then if you do come over here, what does that even get you? We saw this up above. It seems to just loop back. I guess the main thing it gets you is just a charger in the book. Oh, this is new. Arcane Egg. This seems familiar. A black stone egg formed before the birth of Arlu, a relic from the ancient past. Highly prized by collectors of historical items. So yeah, we'll bring this back to the relic collector. Interesting. But I guess we would have to go back up this way to drop below. And maybe head back up here. Now, there was the area that we could have dropped to the left. I don't know if we still want to do that somehow, but it does seem like they connect back towards each other. And that's the left side. Yeah, it's the same. We actually did take the better passage. This was recoverable either way. You're right, they're not infected anymore. Tells you which canonical ending we went with in Hollow Knight. So, this area here, we've got left side, we've got right side. Let's do left first. Maybe there's a point here where we can store our soul or something. Whoa. Okay. We stood right on top of that. Hang on. Hang on. That was messy. Just walked right into that. So this looks familiar. Erase our fear, eliminate our desire. To suffer no more. Void, cleanse us. Just a little bit of lore here, I guess. We'll need to get back through. What's down here, though? Yeah, just get rid of it at range to avoid complications. Pretty far down at this point from point of origin. Oh, yeah, this also looks familiar. Don't know if we'll get a lighthouse again or something similar. Here's a bench. Very nice of them to have benches over here. Also, I saw that something was written... Yeah, no map in this area. No maps at all, anywhere. Can't even see where we are in relation to Farloom at this point. Okay, cutscene time. Yeah, can't interact with this, so we're just going to watch. Here you lie, monarch, sunk so deep, yet still you cling to life. Would you let your lands be choked black to protect just her? Oh yeah, since Lace was kind of dragged, then monarch clings on to rescue Lace, and then, well, here's Lace. Spider dear, what a delight to have you visit. It is oh so lonely here at the bottom of the world. Cannot share your mirth, child. Your small rebellion above now causes this kingdom's collapse. Yeah, I mean, I guess if Lace didn't get dragged, it would have been Hornet taken down, so... You would expect a little more gratitude. Letting you live was my rebellion, Spider. I've denied my mother your silken strength. But one. She can thrash and waste and know her pathetic broken child caused a mortal wound. Rejoice, and let it all come down. I will not. I've already stood the sentinel for one dying land. That role I will never play again. While I live and possess the strength to resist this kingdom, the bugs within it shall not fall. Ha ha, spider, spider, what a marvelous specimen you are. You fight and fight, heedless as the world crumbles around you. Farloom and her bugs will be crushed to dust, and still you'll be vainly swinging your blade. There may still be a way to prevent that fate. We'll claim the hidden power, the bloom that repels the dark. Those snails share some fault in a snare, and their callous use of the void. They shall help me now to seek its counter. I will return, child, when I bear the strength to dive below and cut this land finally free of your mother's grasp. Escape the abyss, okay. Well, we'll jump out. No lighthouse for me here, I guess. Oh, but we get to land here. The script is, well, what do we come down here for? Well, we had to have a chat with Lace somehow, right? She was dragged all the way down. At least we know what we're dealing with. Information is key. Also, we came here for a few entries in the Hunter's Journal. Also, since the diving bell will no longer be our way down unless it's repaired, I guess we'll have to find out where to proceed from there. Let's see. But clearly there is a way back down, so we can fill in more of those Hunter's Journal entries anytime we want, which is the important thing we really needed to know. Whoops. Oh, hang on. So what's the point of going left up here? I don't really see it. I guess it's the shell shards. Not that we can collect very many of them. Anything to see over here? There we go. Now we had to go up this wall. Oh, not really keen on dealing with those right now. There we go. Okay, needle-in exit, look at that. How conveniently placed for our purposes. Yeah, what is that guy you were asking? These are the ones that latch onto your head. Gloomsack. Okay. Okay, so we've enclosed that. Weave Nest Absalom. As some of you may remember from the William Faulkner novel, Absalom, Absalom. Oh, new weave nest. Maybe we get some new upgrade or... That seems like quite a descent in the middle here. Still no maps, though. It's quite a drop on the left side. Far sight. Retracted Weaver surveillance instruments. Once assembled, the device will allow observation over vast distances. The far sight can be assembled in a home. Okay, so we'll take it back to the Bell home and we'll see what happens. I wonder if it allows us to scout new things on the map. I don't know. Interesting. Maybe it gives us new waypoints for the quests. Something else. We'll see. Did the baby's description change? No. If you're talking about the twisted bud, that's same as before. Okay, I guess we do have to dive through the pit. I see no alternative. Oh, there was a ledge over there. We should check it. Nothing. Well, I thought we wanted to go up, but now we find ourselves going down again. This is something. A rune scroll depicting void, a given form. Interesting. That is void tendrils. That's one way to add it to the book. The void that will claim all things, in the barbed forms it chooses, its nature can be seen clear. Interesting. That's just a journal entry to pick up. Oh, whoops. So that goes down. Let's check right first, just in case there's... this looks like it's rather open. I don't know. Do we go that way or do we go the spike way? If we go this way... Oh, that's nothing then. Pure dead end? That looks really suspicious. But I guess it is, where if you drop down, then you just have to tap these to get back up and wall jump up. Yeah, I guess it is just a trap location. Which means only one way down. I mean, I expect the sequence to be a little bit linear. Oh, interesting. So it's another remnant of the Weavers. I wonder if we get something new. New power. Without having to fight for it. So which power will we receive this time? Another silk tool or something else? Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. What do we get this time? I mean, we're in a weave nest, so naturally we would get this. This is Silk Sword. Yes. That's exactly what I thought we would get. That's exactly what I thought we would get. A way to reverse upwards. That solves, potentially, the problem of getting up above the Fleetopia in that one spot that we've been looking at the whole game since we found the Pale Lake. It also explains how we get back up into the Cogworks and hopefully open up a passage back to the Ventrica Terminus and see what has become of the top of the cradle. So those are at least two locations that we know about that we want to hit. And then maybe this will also explain what the suspicious tower location, or yeah, whatever the mysterious Blasted Lands location or Sands of Karak location was that we were looking for at the beginning of the stream. It makes so much sense that this would be the power. So it is using the grapple control, except you hold down into the grapple and then you kind of like press against it. Interesting. Wonder if you can do it in midair. It's equivalent to the grapple where you hit enemies to sustain the climb. So yeah, no, you have to charge from ground. And you have to do it before you get consumed. Okay. Nope, except, yeah, you have to do it the escape sequence properly. Okay. Okay. Well, this is great. And it just takes you up indefinitely as well, so. Whoops. Now, this is not the location to continue, is it? It's on the left side. So yeah, we know immediately where I want to check with this new power. So we take the needle and back out now to claim the power of the weed nest. So hopefully we don't have to do a really intensive timed escape, but... Oh. I guess we'll come back over here to the main pool. And maybe with a very high ceiling above us. We can see where to proceed. Once we have a nice big opening above our heads, like right here. That looks obviously like the location. All the way up. Oh, something on the side. Oh no, this is just where we fell in below before, right? So... yeah, we've been here, so... because normally you would just latch over this ceiling. Yeah, this infinite super jump is fantastic. Explains so much about the structure of this game and what we're going for. Whoop. Hang on, we need to deal with that guy. We don't need to deal with that guy, we just go super jump. Yeah, you can do the fade down cloak float out of that attack. Out of grappling nice and high. So we just go back to the diving bell area, perhaps. No, not dealing with them. There was a high ceiling there, maybe... no, I think we just have to go back to the diving bell area, and maybe... we can just head all the way back up to deep docks. Passage over here. Oh. Have to get rid of these first, though. There we go. A little low on health, though. I'd rather not deal with that. Okay, this looks a little more familiar. Where's my diving bell location? I guess it crashed and we don't get it back. Now at this point we just soar all the way up. Well, most of the way up. I guess there's still more to see. Still no map in this location. But we are going to heal up here. Environmental damage. Don't want to deal with it. Oh. Okay, this looks like another cavernous location to ascend through. There's a bench first, though, which we'll gladly take. And let's see how far we go. familiar. Might as well hit this and see if it gives us something to ascend, and it does. Yeah, pure platforming sequence by the looks of it. Wall cling here would have been useful, but we'll take it. There we go. Nice and stylish ascent over here. Whoa, that was not great. Magma Bell and Wall Cling would have been useful here, but we didn't know that coming in, so. It's okay. All that has been smashed up. And we have open passages everywhere we need. Come on, work. And what has just exploded around me? I guess we'll find out. Well, everything is rumbling and crumbling. Better go fast. So it is a timed escape. We just didn't really see how quickly everything was going. I seem a little stuck here. Here we go. Well, better be somewhat precise. Oh, nope. No grapple point over there for me. Okay, so timing is normalized at this point. What? No, we do need to grapple over. And yeah, we're having quite a rumble effect there. That's absolutely true. We needed to just grapple over some of these. Oh, nope, missed it. Getting a little low on everything. No. Okay, let's see what our restart point is. Okay. That's fine. We are going to do a bit of reconfiguration. We want wall cling. Not so good on the segments when we want to get off the lava immediately, but let's see what we can take. I don't think we really... Well, we don't need compass because we've got no positioning to deal with here. Compass is kind of useless. For the other ones, Magma Bell for sure, actually. Magma Bell in place of the Druid's Eye. There we go. I think that's fine. I don't know if the dice help at all when it comes to damage that's not combat damage. I don't think it does. I think it's mostly just enemy damage that it prevents, but that's just within the bounds of our own experience here. And yeah, everything that we needed to pop with bombs, I think, stays popped. Whoops. Whoops. Wait, what are we doing? Why don't we just hit the bench since we're sitting right beside it? Ah, whatever. Let's just go. Long nail actually would have been good here too, actually, to give us a bit more of a swipe. Yeah, we still want to hop off walls in certain situations. Oh, whoops. Like when the walls have a hot effect to them, but should be able to get through here before too long. Nope. How do we drop like that? Nope. Well, good thing we had the magma bell. If we get really low, we have to remember to pop Silk Eater. I mean, it's only a few hundred rosaries. It's not that critical, perhaps, but we're sitting on enough Silk Eaters that doesn't make sense not to. Wall climb is very good here, though. We didn't grab the silk on the side there, but that's because of time. Oh, got hit by that. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on additional bounces we don't need. Whoop. That at least. Oh, nope, missed. Okay. Yeah, don't want to waste too much time on extraneous double jumps. Nope. You have to go left first, okay. Nope. I was trying to downswipe that. That didn't work. Control problem there. Okay, that's new. No, it had to be a grapple. It had to be a grapple. Overestimated the range, but we hit sort of an implicit checkpoint at least. Nope. Didn't read that accurately. Well, we might be in for a start from the beginning again in just a moment. Is this going to... Oh no, I need to ascend. Here we go. This is purely a cutscene sequence. I don't think we can do anything else with that. That's just how it's going to go. Anyway, do we have enough silk for heal? We do not. You're saying that is the trailer music. I actually hadn't thought about that. I guess I only really ever saw the trailer once. We don't want to get hit by Void here. Let's just get out. Hey, we're back in the deep docks. We don't have a compass, though, but we do have a bench. We can use that to apply a compass. Yeah, we came in through the left side, as we can see. Seemed like there was maybe some additional connecting passage up we can drop down below to see. I don't know if we should try, but why not? Let's go compass. Stay on Magma Bell and see if there's something that is worth checking here that we might not have seen before. Yeah, because it looks like there's some kind of connecting passage that we can maybe hit here. Except this is all lava at this point, so I guess not. Unless we get the Varia suit or something. Anyway, we know exactly what would be worth checking from this point. So this is opened up. We know where we want to go. Now we can at this point probably summon the beastlings, but I want to see if we can open up any other locks here first, or perhaps even go back to the diving bell area just to see what it looks like and what the control room area looks like. I mean, I'm sure the actual location we want to go to is Forge Daughter, but we'll hit this first and see what awaits. And then I know exactly where we want to go. We absolutely want to finally satisfy our curiosity about that area above Fleetopia. So let's just see what's happened here. This diving bell has been broken. Okay, so Barlow's trying to fix it. Miss, sir, hello, I see you've survived somehow. Thought that drop must have been your end. It was not. I survived a fall and managed a treacherous return. But a diving bell's failure, the risks were clear to me. The fault lies not with you. Aye, as you say, this bell's old, and time has a way of breaking things, even as fine forged as this. You can see here, for its failure I had already been working at improving the design. Ended up being a useful test. Good. That return path is now closed to me, and your bell may still be needed if I choose to descend again. Again? Well, if you're game enough to try a second time, once this new shield shell is fitted, it'll surely withstand the drop. Surely. So yeah, so this will eventually be how we get back. That makes sense. I thought it would be something like that. Might be quest dependent. The diving bell will be ready again soon, miss. Once this new shield shell is fitted, it'll surely withstand the drop. Surely. Descriptivist, you're saying he's so awesome, he's doing an insane amount of work for you. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's an engineer's mentality. You do it for the pleasure of the task, inherently. What a duty to fix the problem and solve what you can. It's intrinsically satisfying for him, I'm sure. He's doing it to save the world. I don't think you know very many engineers. The motivation is clearly just to fix the device for its own sake. It's not so much about the purpose to which it will be applied, it's more that, you know, it needs to be fixed, and therefore it will be. Let's go back up to talk to Forge Daughter, actually. Just to talk. Oh, can we actually go up here? No, this is still in the airlock section. Oh, that looked ambitious for a moment, but maybe not so much once we get our heads on the ceiling. Oh, we don't really want to deal with those with Void, I don't think. Let's get back up. Yeah, I guess, you know, if you really know the map, then you can absolutely just speed through a ton of stuff with the new Ascension power. Well, well, still alive. You've proved yourself made of the hardiest stuff, Pointy Dog. Bella did tell shamefully of complications for your diving bell and of your absence upon its retrieval. Yet feared you lost to the flame, but we ourselves had slight guessed otherwise. The return from below proved as difficult a climb as ever I've faced, and yet, in time near, I will need to descend again. And twice mad you are, Bug, or brave beyond measure. We shall wish on your continued survival, even if you seem intent on ending it. You still need that craft metal. Stay safe, Forest Daughter. If I require your aid, I shall return. Our wishes go with you, Pointy Bug. Calm the raging world that our task can continue. Okay, so, where to? Let's go to Putrefied Ducts. Can the beastlings go through this kind of floor? Rumble, yes again. Let's go Bellheart first because we want to go to the Bell Home to reassemble that device that we picked up. We can also give the Arcane Egg to the Relic Collector. I mean, if we just get cash off of it, we'll probably have to bind it up in rosaries anyway to just bank those accordingly, but let's figure it out. First of all, over here. So the thing we're looking at is far side. Assemble the far side. Now what do we do? It's got his own cutscene. It's a mapping utility, perhaps. Constructed the far side. The state of the world can be sensed. Completion quantities will be displayed in menus. Okay, so we actually have a lore-appropriate reason for unlocking that now. Completion, 87%. 52 out of 57 tools, and we know one of them is... Oh, and you even see the empty slots here, so we know which color. So we know one of them is Silkshot. We know... Okay, so... We're missing one thing here. And we have the Hunter's Journal, 233 each. Wow. That is a lot left to do. And do we know anything else about the map here now? It seems like Bellheart looks different than it did before. No, I don't think so. No, it's just the same. But we're not seeing any kind of on-map percentage. That's the thing I was looking for. So, yeah, completion 87%. I guess, yeah, I'm going to screenshot everything that we have at the moment, actually, just so we have a record of what we were sitting on at the time that we came here. So Silkshot is one thing that we know is unaccounted for when it comes to tools. But then we're missing one blue. Otherwise, yeah, it's just these weapons. Anyway. Here. You can also see the empty slots, which is interesting because if you see the empty slots, then you know by zone what to look for. Because they are grouped together roughly by type, right? So we know there's a lot more in the Abyss that we haven't seen. And this, you've got the Wormways category over here. Interesting that I guess some of this is in the Cold Zone in Mount Fay. At Mount Fay you're missing something, and then this would be up here in the Citadel. So you can kind of get a sense of which area to check. And these were down in the White Ward. because this is the medical staff, so we know that's going to be worth checking at some point. And then we have lots of stuff in this category after Fly, which tells me that there's some large parts. So given that Voltworm is here, and given that all this stuff is here, there's, I think, a large part of the area around Sands of Karak that we haven't seen, possibly more of an electrical zone. But that's a very large amount of enemies that we haven't seen, like a whole zone's worth, potentially. And so that tells me that that's probably an area worth checking. Especially because we were looking for something around there anyway. Effigies, brooches, squad craw here, so... Yeah, these were Greymoor, these were Sinner's Road, so there's something else we'll be doing there. We haven't really been back to the voided version of Sinner's Road, though, so that could account for something. At least we know how far off we are. If you're thinking that there is too much stuff from almost 60 left to encounter at all. About 50 some to encounter. Much more to complete. Might as well look this over to see. Yeah, most of this is done, except we're missing something in the marrow. So let me just scroll all the way down again. And the known bosses, you'll notice, are all kind of here already. And then we have some that are missing that are clearly void related in some fashion. So this tells me pretty clearly, I think, that if we are missing a zone on the map, well, first of all, we don't know what this whole cluster is. But it's close to everything that we found around Wormways. But if we're missing an entire zone, the most likely candidate is somewhere close to Sands of Karak. Also, I guess previously we weren't really able to check the area here above the Coral Tower. Because I wonder if we can ascend even further than what we had checked previously when it was kind of zipping around near the ceiling. We didn't quite get to the ceiling. The fact that the Ascension power has this infinite height to it raises a lot of possibilities. We can even do this up Mount Fay and see how high we are allowed to go. Because who knows how high we're allowed to go on Mount Fay, right? Like, that's suddenly opened up as a possibility to just soar up into the sky. In fact, since it's right beside the port for the slab, I might actually try that first, but we will definitely try the Fleetopia area as well, I think. Oh, also, let's cash in the arcane egg. As much as it makes sense to save it for rosaries, I also just want to see the Lord now, so... Yes, this fits my collection. Well, look then, look what I have. An artifact almost impossibly old, marked inside with many fine etchings. Most are indecipherable. No will, no self. Shade. Yep. Throw back to the first game. Oh, did I screenshot my current state of the Hunter's Journal? I'm not sure that I actually did. Let's see here. Yeah, 186 out of 233 at the moment. So 87%, I guess, is my total game percentage then, if I had to guess. Alright, at least we have a sense. Also, is there something glowing here? There is. There's more quests. Such horror upon the roads, those black mounds formed of husks and bugs corrupting everything around. If only someone would cut them down and grant the poor souls their rest. This is a mass shard. We actually want that because we're one shard short of the mask number 9. So I actually would like to take this and take it very soon. We might even do it first, since we've been thoroughly distracted. Destroy void masses. It does count the ones that you've destroyed already. Okay, well, I mean, as we wander around Farloom, we'll see more of those. I wonder if you need to destroy unique ones. They don't seem to go away permanently, though. They do seem to respawn. So if we find a spot next to one that respawns easily, we can just hit that. Like there was one that was in... what was it? Moss Home. That was really easily reachable. And so we can just refresh it on the bench again and again, perhaps, and see if we can just tap that every time. In fact, since we're distracted by all this, let's go to the marrow bench and try that. I just want one that's easy to hit, essentially. And we'll do it. Yeah, we suddenly have so many things worth checking. But definitely our biggest spike in traversal power in quite a long time, so... of course we'd want to make use of that as much as we're able. Oh, there is no Void Master left anymore. Okay, so actually they don't come back then. We have to hunt down the other ones as we see them. Yeah, there were some that we definitely skipped in some previous zones. Maybe we should have hit them, but the Void Masters seem to stay down. And we need to hit unique ones instead. That's fine. In that case, let's just go back. We'll eventually just have to roam every zone for them and up everything that we can. But we'll want that mask shard when we can. At least that accounts for that. And then that resolves a long-standing mystery. Let's go to the slab. And let's hit the bench here before we do anything else and make sure we have configured things accordingly. We obviously don't need Magma Bell here. We've been on Dice for a while, and that's probably why I have run out of shards, because we were running Shard Pendant for the longest time, but not lately. Now, in terms of what would be fun to work with here, I guess we should just go... well, if we're potentially grappling all over the place, Weave Lights is actually best. Because then that always gets the Silk back up in order quickly for consecutive grapples. In theory, we haven't used it in quite a long time. But we might as well just head all the way up and see what happens. Oh, never mind. Well, I said we'll head all the way up and see what happens. Should still be a fast way up, right? Until we hit some ceiling here. Oh, whoops, except we hit a spike, okay. That's unfortunate. Just want to see how high we're allowed to go with this. Oh. Hang on. Let's do this anyway. We get up to a stable platform. Oops. Nope, come on. Let's not flub everything here. Whoops. You know what? No, let's redo this. Oh, you can't actually hit anything past a certain point. Yeah, you actually do need a ceiling, otherwise it doesn't grip, even if it's theoretically infinite. Well, that kind of answers my question, though. Yeah, there's no ceiling, it just whiffs completely. Okay. Well, alright, then maybe that's not that interesting. Let's go... Yeah. Yeah, it does need to latch onto something, however distant it may be. It works by Super Mario Vine logic. Now, what were we saying? Putrefied ducts. And... we might finally see what's going on there. And then, of course, there will be the ascent back up to the cradle that we'll want to do as well. Oh, we want the wreath in this section. Even with all the power at hand now, we're not messing with the maggots. Oops. Yep, slight accidental dips do happen. And happen almost immediately. Oops. Okay, getting close to Fleetopia. Anything new to look at or talk about here? I guess we'll find out. Drink to full, Miss Hornet. Why waste? Be merry with his fleas before it all ends. And yeah, Flea Brew is complimentary at this point. The grand ceremony's ended, but still we play. We're not juggling at the moment, no. Okay, at long last. Let's see what we can do here. Just watch as it turns out I just hit a ceiling here or something. There we go. Took us long enough. Still counts as putrefied ducts, incidentally. Let's float down to see if there's anything else to look at on the side. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, and that other glowing location that we saw in Sansakark, maybe that was traversable as well now. It's just that there was no wall jump up towards it. We speak the wish of the Master Herald, he who signs an age's end. Under chapel fallen to the monarch's might, over camp collapsed to the black thread plight. Scorched field on edge, shells black and burned, up towers spinning near the surgeon spurned. Cage of one who raised against a silken lie, fell heart of frost who soars on high. As cradles peak, lest test of fitness that the age may pass, this shroom its witness.
Buenera.
So the herald visits this land too. If he is here now, then great change or savage end is inevitable. He would care to see nothing else. What did we just promise? Let's see. So we've witnessed the passing of the age. So do we just take the shroom to these locations? Camp collapse to the Black Thread plight looks like Pilgrim's Rest. Let's think about this. Cage of one who raged against a silken lie. Seems like Coral Towers, actually. Fell hard of frost whose soars on high. Somewhere in Mount Fay. Perhaps Cradle's Peak, last test of fitness. That's obviously top of the cradle. So, yeah, I guess we just take this everywhere. Or visit all of the places accordingly. Chapel Fallen to Demonic Smite is just for in Chapel. Scorched Field on Edge might be somewhere in the deep docks. But I'm thinking about that. Yeah, it does explain a number of the locations that are just kind of there seemingly for flavor, that maybe we now have something to do with them. Well, we'll see. Interesting. Okay, so that's all that was here all along. And that doesn't explain at all how it seems like there were some other locations that we could have gone to in the Putrefied Ducks that we just couldn't reach. But then maybe we can explore the zone a little more to see if we can find additional passages. Led to more questions. We'll find answers. So yeah, we found that room off to the side. Now that didn't get us very far, but we have a few locations that we absolutely want to attempt. Oh. Not messing with those. Oh, you know what? Why are we doing this? We should just find a safe location to call the bell beastlings. This will not be that location. Yeah, they can't do platforms that are just suspended. They have to be attached to the ground somehow. Now wait, no. The reason that we're not doing this is because I just want to go up one level and to the right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there was a reason. Let's go back to the area where we picked up the wreath. I want to check the ceiling in that room. No, that's just a ceiling, I think. Okay, never mind. In that case... I mean, that area in Moss Grotto... that seems to be the first thing to witness. I wonder if I have to do that in order, actually. Like the Passing of the Age quest here. But I'm pretty sure I understand what a lot of these other locations are. Maybe. Actually, Cage, the one who raged against the Silken Lime, may also be the, what is it, First Sinner? But we'll find out. Let's head over to the Citadel, and I'm going to attempt the ascent up the Cogwork Core if we can find that passage going up. Also, in this area around a memoriam, I wonder if we can ascend up there. Actually, there are a lot of places here now that we could potentially check that seem like they're just open spaces. Maybe. I mean, that didn't quite work out over here, though, so we don't really know that for a fact. I'm just looking around to see what would be worth checking. Ah, yes, also, in the Hunter's March statue area, that looked like that kind of had an open ceiling to it with light streaming down towards the statue. That would be worth checking as well. So a lot of locations that we had suspected previously. And now we've unlocked a path over there from the deep docks. That would be worth checking. I want to check that one first, actually. We can take off the wreath at this point, too. We don't need it. To my knowledge. If we remember to. No bench here. No, we have to remember to actually take out the void masses if we do see them. Instead of just trying to skip around them like we did earlier. Oh. Getting hit by everything here. So this is void mass, for instance. And we're just going to get smoked. That's not good. Given that our whole situation is not great, I think maybe we should try to go for bench first. Like the close one that is right over in far fields. Like if we can pass over that, then we come back to this mass and try to take it out then. Yeah, bench first, and let's go back and snipe that one. We do have to take them as we see them, I think. What do we got? I mean, did that count as a new one? 4 to 12, yeah. Okay, so at this point, up to the statue. Through the passage we created earlier today. Don't want to deal with it. Oh wait, no, we do have to deal with it because that's the nature of that room. Right, we turned a little too early. Why don't we just go up like this? Still getting used to using that. So we open up this passage, it's great. We should hit the nearby bench first. Next level up. Okay, let's see if we can go up. Yes, as expected. Still in Hunter's March at this point. Oh, let's go back up. Yeah, when we see streams of light like that, that's Evidently worth checking. So, new material here. First time in a long while at Hunter's March. Oh. Oh, that's interesting that it kind of tilts like that. And snaps over. It's very neat, actually. New platforming idea for the first time in a while here. Here we go. Couple of swipes. I was thinking, how do we have that many rosaries all of a sudden? Then I realized we turned in the arcane egg. That's why. So that goes out that way, but whoop, hang on. Wanted to check this bit first. Okay. That didn't seem to be anything though. Rather suspicious. I guess it just bounces you further over quickly. This is in Far Fields. Okay, so it opens up this platform in Far Fields, but why? Because it allows you to cross over to this, which is going to be something new. So now we have a new location. Let's grab the other Far Fields bench quickly. Also, that allows me to drop down to the former Pilgrim's Rest location, which may or may not be relevant to the quest to bear witness. We can interrupt some of the highway robbery going on here. What? How did I take a death there? I was totally not watching my health. Whoops. Oh, we're way off. Also, forgot. I was absolutely not paying attention. What have we not really played with recently? You know what, there's lots of grapple and everything. Let's just go Weave Light again. Wait a minute. Do we have a fast travel point that is quicker? Yes, we do. So why don't we just Bell Beast over instead and then skip all the jumping along the way. Yeah, so we see a big room in the Far Fields that is going to extend quite a bit now. Beyond what we had seen previously. That explains this whole area to the right of the map. Maybe that extends quite a bit further. Depending. I mean, the Far Fields is shaped in such a fashion that there's clearly a whole chunk on the top right of it that we haven't seen, so it's just more of Far Fields. But a lot more. So why don't we just port over by Bell Beast instead? Bell Beast was all the way here. Because Hunter's March is just nowhere near anything. It's well out of the way. Okay, let's head up that cocoon without taking too many losses. Also, we could have just zipped up here the fast way, but that's okay. Still not used to it. That was much more efficient. Okay. So, yeah, as far as bearing witness to the passing of DH goes, I mean, that doesn't seem to do something here. Over camp collapse to the black thread plate. I don't even know if this is necessarily the camp. It does kind of look like it, though. Hang on. Let's... just get back up here properly. Maybe not. But we'll go back up to the new location we just unlocked. And see what can be done there. Oh, we should have taken the bench, actually. These ones are going to be a pain again. Yeah. Hang on. Snipe them. Okay, further up. Oh, whoops. Not far enough yet. Now here we are. There's a downward passage, a rightward passage. Let's just explore and see what we get. Seems like a lot of new material. Oh, this is a bigger one than we've seen before. Still smaller than the one that was by the station in Hollow Knight originally, though. Seems related, though. Hard bones. We could have bounced off that and grapple over to these points. I guess we can still technically bounce off those. Let's see. What we can do to ascend up here. That's new, it seems. Nope. Oh, good. Yeah, that's not new. We've seen that in the journal before, so... it's the same as the ones that are lower down in the far fields. More rosaries and something glowing behind it. We just need to kill it. And what do we have here? Hill rosary necklace. That's a significant amount. What do we even need all these rosaries for? We haven't found any new expenditures recently, but given that we're progressing significantly on the main quest, maybe there will be a dump worth looking at. It looks like we'll have to loop from below, loop down below, and then come back here through a return path. Yeah, it is for the rosary cannon, I guess. We picked that up some time ago, and oops, we really should have done that more elegantly. That's okay. Yeah, that's the end game rosary dump, apart from just buying more shards. But then why would you need to buy more shards if you're using the rosary cannon as your tool? Okay. Oh, just got trapped. That's another rosary location over there. That's interesting. This looks like it might create some kind of return path to areas that are more familiar to us, if I had to guess. Yep, that connects back to Pilgrim's Rest. Works for me. That was our most recent bench anyway, so that works out. Actually, we'll just take it. As long as we don't run into same thieves as before. Again and again. Also fills in more of the map. It's pretty clear that this is a bit of a looping structure here that we'll be pushing through. Okay. We could use the shards. We're pretty short and all that. So this location here seems to imply an ascent. Oh, also, isn't this... Yeah, okay, I remember this one from the statue. Gilly. Oh, what a shock, discovered again so easily, like a hapless little hatchling. I remember you from 100 hours ago. If you're going to make a sport of tracking me, I'll have to redouble my efforts at camouflage. I'll sniff it out. Hidden, searching. Mother's wish. Daughter's promise. Secrets of a living land. I'll solve it. Me. I'll sniff it out. Okay, she's similarly interested in some environmental puzzle. I mean, this totally looks like it could go up. But we may be wrong. Oh, it's just ceiling. Okay. However, if you drop down, then we can continue out this room. Check the lower location too. Grapple points. This looks like it's just one big failure location down below. But we can check the right side anyway. Yeah, this looks mildly threatening, but we'll check above first. This would return to the upstairs path. Maybe we should do that just to close the path, but there's clearly something to the right here as well, so depends on what we want to check first. We'll maybe do this bit and see if we can just reverse back here. Afterwards, it's another mess. That's okay. That's great. We actually want to see these now. Oops. Mostly. Should actually charge up the attack, but okay. Oop, ran right into it. That was unfortunate. There we go. Yeah, we are hunting those explicitly. Oop, that is a bit of a threat. Let's... Oh, come on. A little short in silk, unfortunately. This one would come a little closer so we could tap for silk. Getting a bit close. why I love the uppercut attack on the Reaper. Perfect for situations like this with a low ceiling. We know this opens the gate that will get us to the beginning of the circuit where we came in. But then we want to continue further down. It's that point. So we open this gate. There's more to see up here. There's more to ascend through, specifically. Oh, I hear something. Might as well. Is it a fight? Who's this? Pale beast bringing ruin. We had sensed it. You writing harsh our final fate. If power you come seeking, mine is fated, mortal, time taken.
Regina Fora.
I seek only to save these lands, Great One, to break them free from this fatal sickness born of thread and void. Ja, if you may, beast, if you can. Save them if you can, pale beast. I don't even know who I'm talking to here. Want to sing for me? Stalk proud, roam far. For these hunters bold. Stalk proud, roam far for the mother. For you, my children. For you, I sing. Yeah, mother to the hoppers, rather, the hard bones, maybe. Save them if you can. Well, I feel like there's some interaction here that we haven't unlocked yet. Moreover, that there's somewhere to the right that we need to go. Oh, here's something. Oh, we need to fight one of these. Okay. Except for Void this time. Oh, well, we remember you. Yeah, we need to not get hit by the hop, right, on this guy. Also, we don't want to get hit by Void attacks either. Oh, saved by the mask, yeah. Okay. Pretty far from bench. That's okay. We'll figure this out. Yeah, these ones, they take a lot of punishment. Kind of want to dump the tool on it. He's grounded, it makes sense. He's not going to come up past this point. But there's a risk of a void attack or something. Try to lure him back. Come on. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't get in too far. We'll take advantage of the terrain that we have here. Nope. Oh, he actually does jump up here. Okay, that's not good. How close does it get? Okay. Just want to get some more silk going. Okay. Do a lot of hit and run. Too close. Okay. And back without exiting the room, of course. Want to get up to enough silk to get the heal. we go. Is there more? No, that's just a mother rumbling. What is this? Memory locket? We'll take it. This looks like it's a position worth checking as well. And 06i earlier was saying, oh no to what? I mean, we got him. Yeah, fighting these guys, I think, is pretty much all about positioning. You have to really play to the space that you have. Now, there's an additional passage up here, but there was, of course, also... previously a passage down below to the right side that we haven't checked yet. We'll do this first since we're here, but... and beneficial since we got the bench. So yeah, lower passage goes further in the far fields. We'll check that. This would have been useful to check maybe before we got into the fight just now, but... now that we took that gatekeeper away, I wonder if we can have a second interaction here. Nope. Seems like maybe there's some kind of interaction we need to finish here first, and then this gate opens from this side, since we're inside the structure. Because I don't know what else we've really accomplished here. I guess we got a memory locket, and that's the main thing that guarded. Alright, let's head down and check the right then. Don't really care to deal with those just yet. Yeah, look at that, that's new. Kind of got that bluish plasmium tint to it. And a bench. Now, who could this be? And do we fight? Sprint Master Swift. Hoi hoi, a nimble opponent appears. At last, at last.
Yanara.
If you're seeking challenger, sir, you would choose a location less far afield. It's a rare chance I or any bug would come upon this distant cavern. True. Though once discovered, could it be a more perfect spot? This giant bony body so distant from Farloom's ales. Here, freely we can test our speed and our sleek shells. Here we may race. You must be eager to step to the task, challenger. Fulfill my wish. Let us discover our limits together. Sure. Let's race. I mean, we've got silk speed anklets. How bad could it be? May our mighty contest of shells commence. But a final note, Nibblebug. If ever you run off course or desire quick convene, simply play what music you're able, and my companion shall whisk you back to our starting line. Now the track calls us. Allow me a moment to assemble a course worthy to test our skill. So, speed platforming challenge, I guess. With Koopa the Quick. Oh, he's gonna sprint across the water like that. Oh. I mean, I didn't really know where to go, so... oh. Do we do multiple laps on this course? I guess we do. But then perhaps... whoa. This is already reminding me. Oh, how much is 1 out of 3? Oh, I guess we need to hit the bells then. Or is that just a lap marker? 2 out of 3. No, we just need to do the rings. I see, so we need to do 3 laps, I guess, and maybe I didn't hit the rings properly the first time? I don't know. Okay, so we lost, but of course I was still just learning the course. We should use the grapple more strategically. You're suggesting dash downwards? Yeah. Well, we'll see. And the drill power would actually be interesting here too, in fact. Oh, you can't use your tools though. You can actually catch him with a grapple. Oh. I don't actually know if I have to hit the bell or just go through the gate, but we'll do whatever we can. Okay, there we go. You're saying, wait, is that Hollow Knight Charm named after him? Actually, well, I mean, one is named after the other, I'm sure. 1 out of 2. I forgot that it was called Sprint Master, and I seem to use that pretty heavily back in the original Hollow Knight, too. So this is defeat, can it be? Ooh, a shell so fast. Wonder of Farloom, a bug whose pace could match my own. He's gonna give me a hard mode, is he? Though I set a simple course, you approve it as match and more. Take the small reward, Nimble Bug, and remember well our grand contest. I bet there is a hard mode. The challenge, the course that shall be improved. Yes, yes, the truest test is still to come. We shall fly fast together once more. Also, what does this one do? Oh, that one probably just brings you back when you fell. So yeah, that's something new. So much to discover in this map. So yeah, we have 2 different locations I still want to check. I want to check the area by Sands of Karak, where it looked like there was an opening there that we poked at a few times earlier today. And there is, of course, the ascent up the cradle. And maybe we can smash something that opens up the passage back to the Ventrica Station. That would be something worth doing. Does the little fly guy sing? Let's find out. Movement is life. Speed is strength. Even fate can be outpaced. Movement is life. Faster now, faster now. And as descriptive as you're saying, he is your best friend. I don't know, that's an insensitive thing to say given that, you know, Garmon is barely in the ground. Anyway, let's see. Do we try to trigger the hard mode right now? Nimblebug, we both know our previous run was only warm-up, yes? Only a tiny test to prepare for the real match. Hoi hoi. Well, that match is now a new track worthy of your skill and mine. No longer merely a test. Meet a challenge of my speed full. Let us break through our limits and see what waits beyond. Let our mighty contest of shells begin once again. Well, we need to learn the route first. I'm sure I'll lose the first time, but let's see what we can do. Oh, okay, there's a grapple point then. Actually, that's not a grapple point. I think that's just a... Oh, maybe it is. You can... Yeah, you can use that. Okay. That's not that much more complicated, actually. But we did need to learn it. Okay, we're quite a ways behind, but just need to learn it first. The trails of light actually give you plenty of visual cues to work with. Yeah, we can catch that. It doesn't seem too forbidding. We don't want to jump over the waterway we did previously because that actually slows you down a bit when you get back down to that location. Yeah, don't need to tap that. We can just go. And there we go. We get an extra hard mode after this. We'll find out. Truly incredible. Was it a course? Did I lose focus? Or are you simply the bug I have waited so long for? Or of such skill that my wish could at last be granted. Another reward must be given for your speed, nimble bug. One deserved and full. There's got to be a third one, right? The challenge, the course, it shall be improved. Yes, yes, the truest test is still to come. We shall fly fast together once more. Our last race was grand, yes, but I see now I set too mild a challenge for one as sprightly as yourself. I think it's sprightly GHT, but okay. I prepared only to race, but you arrived bringing destiny. And you, my wish, may finally be granted the barriers of speed, broken wide. Are you prepared, Nimblebug? The time is upon us, the final test for the swift and spry. Oh, yeah, let our mighty contest of shells commence again. Oh, okay, so sprightly with the other spelling is good too, yeah. Wasn't quite sure. That's actually more Scrabble relevant, if anything, given the length. Oh, missed a ring. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Let's redo this. I just overshot completely. Redo. Yeah, we forfeited, but I fell off track completely, so... Yeah, want to follow the light trail. Oh, that was... Oh. Yeah, a little down on Silk, actually. Hang on. We need to... actually do the ring. So let me... reset this. We actually... if I'm not already on Weave Light, we want Weave Light for the grapple cooldown. We are on Weave Light, okay. That doesn't help then. Let's see. We can make any other improvements. I don't think we're allowed to use the flea brew. We can't use tools, so... It's not an option. Yeah, let's not fall off the track on the first lap. You think tools are cheating? Well, the UI doesn't permit us to use them anyway. I mean, we get to poke him with a harpoon. That's at least well within bounds. Oh, yeah, no. The problem is, if I used a harpoon too early, I don't have enough silk back from it. So that was the problem that time, was that I tried to poke him in that location, but that means that we couldn't get over the jump. Because I wound up in the middle of the air with no harpoon available. I do not, in fact, pull silk off of poking him. Unlike all of the interactions with poking enemies in the game. Yeah, that's important that we don't just get an instant cooldown on a grapple the way we do typically. Oh. Yeah, okay, here's the thing. We clearly aren't making that jump. Let's scout the course first. Are we able to scout the course? No, we're not, because it's not actually put together. We can, however, send ourselves through this zone. Yeah, he doesn't put up anything in the course until we've actually started it. So, yes, the harpoon timing is an issue here. Yeah, so, okay. So that is actually slightly deceptive, that harpoon timing here. Oh, so we missed everything on this side, so... Let me just scout while we have the opportunity. So we're supposed to go down this way first. Oh, I see. So you drop down and then you grapple left. Okay. I understand that. So when we see two blue nodes together like that, we actually grapple on the first one, but then we skip over the second one. And then the timing works better. So this run is entirely just about knowing where to harpoon. Oh, missed. Wow, just, yeah, hang on, missed all my jumps. That's okay, let's practice the route. Make sure we can hit every ring, and so, yeah, but we need to go earlier harpoon on that one. And then it cools down enough for us to get on the ledge after that, so the timing needs to be pretty crisp. See, beat him on the first lap. Oh, no, missed it. Okay. Okay, missed a ring on a second lap. That's okay. We're actually ahead on the first lap, and if we just get the harpoon after that first drop by the curtain, by the blue curtains, then we should be able to do this pretty easily, in fact. So, it feels very, very doable. Particularly if we catch him with the grapple on some of those jumps. Oh, didn't quite catch him here, but well, I should beat him on the first lap. Oh, almost missed that. Nope, missed. Okay, messed that up a little bit. Yeah, the cooldown on the grapple definitely takes some getting used to here. But this feels very, very winnable. Okay, that's one. Well ahead at this point. Punch him. Should be an easy win. Yeah, just entirely about the grapple timing and the routing. Not really tight at all. You've done it. Never would I have believed a shell so fast in all the Farloom. Wonder of wonders. You've proven it, Nimblebug. Fulfilled my wish, seen my pace matched and beaten, my limits broken wide. But wait. Before you depart, your exceptional skill requires an equally fine reward. This shining shard of ancient mask is yours. Take it, cherish it, and know you shall forever have my thanks. We will gladly take that, and that's mask number 9. Look at that. Much appreciated. What does he want to sing? Even fate can be outpaced. Faster now, faster now. Same thing that his companion says, actually. Now I must train and strive further and faster by your example. Your skill upon these tracks has roused my spirit, Nimblebug. You shall forever have my thanks. Okay, so we've explored a good chunk of our fields. We got mask number 9. One of the remaining mask fragments is accounted for because it's going to be on the quest. I think at this point, we attempt the Cogwork Core Ascent. That'll be the next thing. But yeah, I kind of wonder with the Sands of Karak over here, with one area clearly unaccounted for somewhere in there, and with a very large number of open slots in a hunter's journal that seem to take place between the crust bugs that we've encountered there and the Voltworm. That's obviously a promising place to check. We might have to do that one next time. Let's get back out of here first. I think we've seen pretty much what we want to on this end of the far fields at this point. Are they not coming to get me? Let's try over here. Really? Oh yeah, because we were inside the structure. Yeah, so Sprint Master's area is accounted for. Let's go back to the Citadel. We'll see if anything new is in town. To acknowledge our quest progression, there is something new on the quest board. Pain, anguish, and misery. The tormented one. In the darkest of shadows, all is made clear. Farloom draws its final breath, and we few remaining must bear its dying pain. Come to the Citadel's stage and let us suffer together. Now that sounds like a boss fight. In the theater. Sister, you seen him out there, our new champion, that golden knight stalking the Citadel's crumbling halls. That's one we built, isn't it? Tall, righteous bug, not much for conversing. Still, I'd be long dead if not for their appearance. And I ain't the only one. Others have spoken of knight's timely deeds and rare bravery. We're desperate for any protection we can get, and that gleaming champion's been offering their aid almost as much as you yourself. Farloom, we failed. What new tests? Our path. Yeah, we've heard him sing before. Anything new, Jubilana? No. Okay. Okay, so... yeah, something to battle in the stage. We might save that for next time. I want to see if we can do the cogwork core ascent first. And to do that, we'll take the top passage, but not. Oh, come on. Hang on. I'm doing this very elegantly here. I keep running into these. There we go. That was a bit rough, but at least it's not like when we were coming in here trying to plug in the double damage. Also, Memoriam has a closer branch. Let's take that one. We can even see if it's possible to ascend out the right side in the Memoriam. While we're busy finding even more possible distractions. Oh wait, this is above where we need to go. Yeah, we need to take the ceiling down below. This one here. There we go. So, what happens when we go like this? Okay, that doesn't catch anything. So, looks like you can. That's okay. Didn't think you could. Well, this got buried. So, at some point here, we should be able to ascend. But it's not here. Let's see. That moves up a little bit. I mean, this collapse area here, that's probably it. Hmm. There we go. So back where we came in at the beginning of the act. Now we're able to move. Obviously trying to break a path back over to the Ventrica station will be a priority if we can. Oop. Okay, no, that's an opening. We can go through here. Whoops. Still getting accustomed to sporting 9 masks here. At long last. You know what, why don't we just go up? Just trying to see where we are in relation to Ventrica. Still not there until we get to the cradle. So in this area, we head over to the right. That seems to be the opening. Oops. Wait a minute. It's not right. There we go. Very accurate that time, actually. Okay, this is where we came in originally. This is still broken down all over, but if we go up, maybe we can find a way. Okay, this bit we remember. Some silk here, maybe, to play some music by if we can, but what don't we see? Nope, guess not. Don't know if we'll need to fight something in order to open up the passage again to get where we want, but yeah, it doesn't look like we can get Ventrica at the moment. But we can see where the fight previously was and inspect the damage. Oops. Or just ascend through this the fast way if we really wanted to play this properly. Although that would just hit this ceiling. I'm surprised there isn't a way to the Ventrica station on the right. Okay, still nothing. I guess we can still go up even further. Hit that somewhat accurately, at least. Ooh, we can claim this. So we can bind what is left of this power here. Does it give me the ending where we enslave all the Fartham again? Nope. But it does get us to pale nails, so I guess that's the last silk skill that we were looking for. Spin lethal talents from a thread that seek out enemies. Interesting. Woven. Okay. Goes even further into the cavern, but I don't think that will really get us anywhere higher. Oh, yes, it will. An additional secret here. What? Oh, okay, hang on. Oh, the pale nails follow you. Okay, I see. Now we'll probably need a heal. Let's not spam too many of those. Interesting passage here. Oh, I can't actually pop those. Okay. Hang on, let's watch the ceiling. Ooh, okay, got sniped. Nope, getting caught here. Oops. We hit a bench nearby not long ago. I think we did, but let's take it out this way instead. Bench here. I feel like there's probably going to be a boss coming. We're way off map. Oh no, we mapped this. Except, yeah, we're in an interior zone within the top of the cradle. So. Platforming segment. Well, platforming we can do. Most of the time. We actually should have gone for a wall cling here. Interesting. There's a timing pattern to know, maybe. Oh, we just need to watch them. And oh, let's recover. far. Wonder if we can tap those for silk, actually, if we can. Okay. Smaller and smaller targets. Nope. Hang on. Too far down. Nice to have a cloud fly along the way. Whoops. Yeah. I kind of flood that one here. We got pretty far previously. Took a pretty big hit all of a sudden. Whoops. Now we're very low. Hang on. We don't have a really safe place to stand without things trying to bust me down, so we may need to take a death here relatively soon and just climb back up. I mean, I feel like we've got a relatively recent bench. This is one situation where reserve heal is actually good because we don't have silk replenishment for the heal if we need to continue. Whoops. That's okay. Let's do it. Walkling for sure. Yeah, compass is not relevant here, so let's go. Let's see. Send his grip. And reserve bind. The heal timing probably doesn't matter too much here either. So maybe we go Druid's Eye for that just to get more silk intake if we do take damage, but no, let's keep things as is. Okay. Yeah, it looks very doable. As long as we maintain good spacing. I said good spacing. This was bad enough that we should just take the bench first. Shouldn't forget that I do have a very valuable cocoon active at the moment. We're getting back into this segment already? Okay, that's good. It's quick. We actually didn't get very far then. Past that bench. Okay. Yeah, we do have the walkling. I have to remember now that we can adjust a lot better out of it. And make sure we just have a good position and cling until we have some silk come back. Very conveniently placed cocoon for jumping purposes. resist the double jump off of this one here. Oh, bad timing. Pick up. Oh, whoops. Big climb if you fail it. Oops. Yeah, the cling's quite nice. Much less sliding and jumping around. Much better control over positioning. Much less time sensitive all around. Okay. Have to speed through this because of all the segments everywhere. And occasional fake outs and dead ends and the rest. Ooh, that's new. These remind me of the Brinstar Ice Beam platforms. Whatever they were called. Oops. Hang on, let's mind the double jump here. There we go. Now this one, slight drop to the left and then grapple, not too far, and then jump. Same idea here. Good thing we have the wall cling. Hang on. Okay, and then now we ascend. 3 masks remaining. Oh, wait. How is that nothing? Oh, we just need to get on the wall, that's why. So there's no ceiling on top of that, it just goes up indefinitely, yeah. I'm on top of the world. We better heal up with the reserve bind before we get into any trouble here.
Da, finestra.
Out there lie the endless wastes. If I cross them now, Farloom shall fall to a black fate of my making. The choice is made. I will not abandon his bugs at a grim end. I must descend again and cut them free. I guess after you solve the problem in Silksong, you come out here and there's a timed escape sequence all the way to the top of the kingdom or something. We're not going down yet, but we can inspect this. A small tunnel leading downward. No, we don't want to descend. We want to keep on going here until we loot something. Nameless town. Well, there's some silk that we can play. We're here. Now only the wind. Sweet promises whispered. From depths below, the weaving ones beckon. Surface memento. Okay, then we can play it, sit in the home. Or an ornament of a nameless town high above Farloom. I wonder naturally if the beastlings can get me all the way up here. I guess we're technically sort of within a zone though, like within the room or entrance of the cradle, so probably not. Does it say anything else? Depths below. Yeah, friends seduced. That's new. The weaving ones beckon. Okay, so there is a way down. Quick way down. Let's see where it gets us. And sent to the surface, so yeah, we can do that, but this also drops down. This is back to same bench as before as far as I can tell. So if we ever want to go back to this first surface for some reason, we just go through here. So yeah, I don't expect that beastlings can come, but let's try. Nope. This looks like something playable. This location looks a little silky anyway. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that's just the entrance. Okay, at this point though... Oh, I took out the compass, that's why. Because we put everything else on. Yeah, kind of strange that there wasn't a connecting passage to take you down to Ventrica. I should check that again carefully. I would have expected otherwise. Yeah, that town kind of connects to Zaza's Memento. That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's another town memento, and then you sort of understood how Armand had one of those going as well. So I'm going to go back to the Bell Home, and I'm going to plug that in. Nobody's coming to get me. Okay, fine. Let's stand in a better location, maybe? More grounded location. I believe we couldn't find a fast way back. But that's okay. There we go. Always trust beastlings. Okay, so first of all, let's bench up, put the compass back on. So yeah, the Garpid was in the book, and we need to defeat a lot to complete the notes in that one. I wonder if we do need to just do this in order. And then for the passing of the age. And whether it will track that into text. Anyway, having the pale nails kind of hover around you is quite nice. I seem to remember there was something similar like that in the first game as well. But we will keep it. And we'll bring something back to the other slot here. Let me think about that. Maybe just back to the fast charge or something until we know what we're doing. Let's go back to Bellhome, and we'll probably end there for today. Yeah, quite a lot accomplished today, actually. Despite the first hour of aimless wandering, that might even have given me a clue as to where to check. We do go back to the Blasted Steps or Sands of Karak. Also, more quests, really. The Hidden Hunter. Oh, yeah, I guess when we ran into Gilly a second time, then this triggered. A huge red shell stole my precious keepsake and disappeared into the fields. Please chase down the thief and recover my treasure. So that accounts for another one of the mask fragments. So, assuming there are just 4 remaining for one final mask, that's 2 out of 4 that we know about. So we've got a lot on the agenda. Also, do we have any relics unaccounted for? Not really. Let's hang this up. Wow, 8 mementos. I had no idea. I didn't know there were so many to go around. They seem to be all about locations. Yeah, until we saw the slots that are open now because we have the completion available. I really couldn't have guessed it would be so many. And we got the 3 souls here. We have a sense of what relics remain now with the Weaver effigies, and at least one of these will be a rune harp. I guess the arcane egg was the one and only one. And 1 cylinder somewhere else. So lots and lots to collect as we go. Oh, might as well give this a bath. Yeah, because I guess that entire shelf in the back, once you fill it, you can have enough slots for 8 mementos. Okay, well, I mean, that's a whole category of collection I hadn't even thought about until this point. Hornet, however, is going to take a bit of a breather and reflect on today's progress, which was significant. I mean, we did the Peek into the Abyss finally. We covered a significant chunk of the far fields, including the Sprint Master races, all of them. And of course, we just hooked up here into the cradle. We finally found what was going on in the location above Fleetopia, although it seems like there's more territory still to cover in Putrefied Ducks that we just haven't busted through to yet. I do think there are a few locations there that still look suspicious. In terms of the vertical ascents, I'm thinking about where else you could possibly go with that. Certainly make some of the climbs in Bilewater simpler, perhaps. But yeah, absolutely, there's a good reason to go back to Blasted Steps and Sands of Karak for more, in case we have something to hunt over on that side. And then eventually we'll probably continue the main quest if we feel like it. Just in slow and patient increments. And yeah, there's still that one place that seems to require some kind of ornate key here in the whiteboard we haven't accounted for, but at least we now know that's separate from what the entire interaction was for the Diving Bell and Deep Docks, which we'll return to eventually. Oh yes, and I guess we have that quest to continue over to the stage as well. So that'll be one of the priorities for next time, perhaps. Lots and lots to do. But for the moment, I think that is all for today. So we'll be back as before for as many sessions as we're able to squeeze in, because There is clearly still so much left to do. We're starting to see the end in sight for a few things, though, like with the best shards. We finally have, as I said, probably 4 remaining and 2 that are known to us at this point. So, especially now that we actually have a view of our completion percentage and all the various things to track, and we can see now that we're at a total completion of 89%, that we have a much better perspective on the whole on just how close or how far we are. But clearly, if you look at things like the Hunter's Journal, lots and lots of things missing. Probably an entire zone's worth somewhere, since we know something is still unmapped from not having had some achievement for mapping everything yet. And with the Abyss not counting towards that today because it sort of remained unmapped and off-screen in its entirety, and is probably some kind of final zone when we go down there eventually to deal with the voided Mother Silk. So yeah, lots of mysteries are still abundant. We will have to come back and see even more. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching and for joining me in general as we continue this adventure. As always, have a wonderful time with everything you may be playing or making or otherwise absorbing in whichever way. And as always, fare thee well.